What's up, everybody? Wait, why is the remix? Did someone just redeem the remix and it's not working? Why is it not working? I'll refund your points. I have to figure out why it's not working. Give me a second. You've been refunded. You've not been scammed. I don't know why it's not working. It should be working. I might have to fix it off stream. I didn't know it wasn't working. Anyways, welcome back, everybody. We're back from the little vacation that we had last week, and we're also back from Euros. I'm happy to be back again. Dude, look, okay? I only had to flip skill drain on their Robina because they activated Shifter on me. Is that not a fair exchange? I feel like that's a fair exchange. Come on, man. They don't get to Shifter me and then not get skill drain. That's not fair. Because they dude, it was even worse because I won the dice roll against that Flunder opponent, and I asked them how many cards they were playing. They said 40. I was like, okay, there's a chance it's 10 pi, but I wasn't confident enough that it was 10 pi to make them start. So I still went first. I go draw phase, tip to search. They change Shifter. I look at my hand. I already have Destruction, so I go for Flashing Fire because Flashing Fire is like I think the second best against 10 pi. And then the Runick tip, like I add Flashing Fire with Runick tip, and I banish the Fluanda Restrap. I'm like, oh sick, that's a nice Flashing Fire I just added. What a great Flashing Fire in my hand that is against this Fluanda Rees deck with no targets for it. I was yeah. Exactly. All right. Welcome back, everybody. I'm glad to be back streaming again. We are almost back to normal schedule this week. Kashmir, thank you for the 7 months as well. Everyone else, thank you. We can talk about some combos for the deck today. Yeah, I can showcase what we try to do going first and all that kind of stuff. Leo Ganda, thank you for the 16 months as well. Yeah, so we're back from Euros. I have a couple of things to talk about. Obviously, we're gonna go over what I played. I showed the deck list on YouTube already. I'm gonna link you that later. But we can talk about some other things. A lot of people had some questions in the comments. I figured it'd be easier if we just answered some of those on stream, and so on and so forth. Without further ado, glad to be back from vacation. Let us hop into a little bit of warm up real quick, and then talk about everything related to Euros, current format. We've also got some news that I missed regarding other things like new cards or Master Duel and all that kind of stuff. We're gonna try to do some catch up today with everything, like everything I missed. Try to catch up with all that stuff, and it's gonna be chill. Dan, thank you for the 9 months. It was also nice meeting every one of you. Thank you for everyone who came up and like asked for pictures and all that kind of stuff. It was pretty cool. I hope you all had a good time at Euros as well, or watching it from home. We're also going to recap some of the things that happened on stream, because obviously I didn't get to see any of that, right? I was not watching the feature matches throughout the weekend. So if there's anything interesting to look at, we can also check that out. And yeah, without further ado, let's just hop in. Watching Euros was boring. Was it boring? I mean, I didn't see it. You can. Is that towers? No, not towers. Is that X blower? Yeah. Cyframe Duelist, thank you for the 5 months. What is this? There's nothing. Oh. Oh, okay. Is that a gimmick puppet? Thank you, please. Appreciate that. Clerk. Ah. I'm glad we are in agreement. This gives me Unchained vibes, but that is not Unchained. That is Teiya the Sphinx. Teiya the Sphinx. Wait, what? Oh, Sphinx Teleia, that one. That is one of the conductor Tyrannos. Superconductor? Yeah. Hero Flash? No. Miracle Kids. That could be it. Yeah. Some hidden arsenal lore. Don't know what it's called. Synchro gift. Okay. Who do we have here? Some Dark Magician stuff. Is that one? Yeah. Is that the Exceed? The rank 7? I think so, right? Samochi. Warm, yeah. I was thinking Lava Worm, but that's not it. Burst Stream of Destruction? Obelisk. Gliding Crow, thank you for the 8 months. I think this is a Supreme King something. No, that's a Raid Raptor, actually. I think it's a Raid Raptor. Yeah, but... Okay. Is it Jar Robber? No. Fine? Not fine. Don't know what it is. Is it Sales Ban, maybe? No, Return. Okay. Wait, is that Apo? Oh god, it's Apo. No, that's the bear. Okay. Noted. Volcanic. Scatter Shot. You're welcome. Thank you for the 2 months. Clock Wyvern. I think. Yeah. I know my Cyverses as usual. Oh, that's a Paleo. My goat. Wait, what? Oh, is it Pikaya? Pikaya. Washed. Yeah, that one felt bad. I was like, none of the main deck ones have this color, so it must be Opabinia because he's red, right? Didn't think of Pikaya. I've seen this one. Okay. I feel like that's a War Rock. Wait, what is this? Oh, it's not a Warrock. Hot Spring. Dude, why do they make cards like that? I was afraid to zoom further, I'm not gonna lie. I was wondering what was gonna happen to my stream if I zoomed further. Get that off my screen. I know none of these cards. Number 83. Water Dragon. That's one of the Gishki mirrors. Oh yeah, that's Gishki Necro Mirror. No. Okay, Photo Mirror. Photo Mirror. Is that Mermaid Archer? The Edison Diva target? Yes. Some pendulum thing. Yeah. Fortune Lady. It's Earth or Light. I think it's Light. Yeah. Metal Foes. Metal Foes. I can't tell which one that is yet. Metal Foes. It's not Alcast. Para Metal Foes. Azortless? No, I'm skipping. Amalgam. The bad link. Telling me it's the bad link does not help me find its name, you know? You ever thought about like being the 15th person in chat to say, oh, it's the bad Metal Foes link? Will not help me further. This is that psychic dude. No idea what it's called though. Psychic Emperor. Great Sorcerer. More Gishki. Gishki Diviner? Yeah. Oh, this looks familiar. Is that Zombie Master? Yeah. Oh, is that O-Line? Yeah. Wait, O-Lion. Yeah. Okay. Progress. That is something punch. Counter punch? Counter punch. That's a Mech Lord, I think. No, it's not. That's a virtual world. Which one is that? Is it Neon? Yeah. No idea. Do draw. Okay. That was never gonna happen. Oh, this is old. Yeah. Oh, the spell card. Release Restraint. Yeah. Marksman. Easy. I've seen this. Dark Lord Contact? Yeah. Vampire Desire, I think. Yeah. Duel Links card. I think we played that in Duel Links, right? Can anyone confirm? Flute of Summoning Kuriboh. Okay. That did not give me Super Heavy Samurai vibes at all. Arcane. Is it Arcane Barrier? I'm not sure. It is Arcane Barrier. Okay. True Light? Is that the one? Yeah. Musto, Oracle of Gusto. Okay. I was thinking Kuvagata something, but it's Hunter. Is it Hunter Spider? It could be Hunter Spider. It is Hunter Spider. One of the old vanillas. That is Ally of Justice. Light Gazer. This looks like this is Gaia, not Gaia, Curse of Dragons something. Charging Gaia. Charging Gaia the Fierce Knight. Is that the one? No. Yeah, I was wondering. I didn't see you all weekend, but thank you for the 23 months. Appreciate that. Were you just not there? That's an X-Saber. Galahad. This could be Realm of Light. Yep. It's a Neos, I think. Corneos. Core. There's too many cores. Oh, just it's not Core Neos. Okay, just Core. All right. My bad. I thought it was a Neos. We could have had 800 with that one, but I kind of choked at the end. That's fine. 789 is not too bad. It is kind of washed. It's all right. You top 100 with vampires? You mean like what a KC Cup? I think so, yeah. I don't remember exactly how high I did or how well I did with the vampire deck, but it was pretty good, I think. All right, let's quickly get this one done and then we can talk about all the things. Okay, low-level effect monster from back in the day. Let's do a consecrated light. It is not just an effect monster. It's also not a light. Maybe it's a earth tuner or something. What's an earth tuner 2009? It's even older. It could be man-eater bug. Yeah. Maybe it's a flip. It is a flip. Okay, level 2 earth flip, but it is not man-eater bug. Level 2 earth flip, dude. Gosh. I'm pretty sure the charmers are level 3. Needleworm. It's not. Oh, it's not an insect. Morphing jar? Is Morphing jar 2003? No, it's 2002. It's not Morphing jar. Hane 2002. The ninja is not a flip monster, is it? There's a ninja, white ninja. That's a flip, but that's level. That's light. What about guard dog? Guard dog's level 3 and it's way older. Way newer. Parasite. That's also 2002. Armed Ninja, that's the one I meant, but I'm pretty sure this one's LOB, so it's 2002. Cobra Jar? Oh, it could be that. Does that work? Oh, it could be Cobra Jar. Oh yeah. That's a tough one. We were able to think of a couple of Earth Flip monsters, or I was able to think of a couple of Earth Flips. I don't know if I would have gotten this one. I've seen it though, definitely. It would have taken me a while though to think of that one. What did it do even? Special summon a poisonous snake token. When the poisonous snake token is destroyed as a result of battle, inflict 500 points of damage to your opponent's life points. Broken. Broken card. I played you at Euros. Battle phase flipping makes Tenpai clapping. Yeah, dude. The Tenpai matchup is pretty good for the deck that I played. It's just I lost round 1 to Tenpai because I drew pretty poorly in game 1, but yeah, overall the Tenpai matchup for the deck is pretty good. Maxwin, thank you for that, and also well done on topping with Ritual Beasts. So yeah, welcome everybody to the stream. The warm-up is out of the way. Thank you all for the returning subs and all that kind of stuff. I appreciate your support. Obviously, I'm happy to be back after taking last week off. We are back to almost completely normal schedule this week. The only difference is obviously yesterday I was still traveling home from Berlin, so there was no stream yesterday. There will also not be a stream on Thursday because I've got some important stuff to do, but there will be a stream on Sunday for the Challenger Cup. And other than that, we'll just be back to completely normal schedule. But first things first, let's talk about the European Championship. Obviously, I've already published a deck profile for my top 64 Runick White Forest deck. I told you guys I was leaning towards playing Duel, but there was a small chance I was going to try something like relatively rogue simply because I wasn't feeling the hand trap snake eye format that much. So I was like, I might as well play something I enjoy, which I thought was Duel. The more I played Duel though, the more I tested Duel, the more I felt like it was just, a lot of people came up to me and were like, why didn't you play Duel? And I was like, I tested it and it felt like Duel was pretty much the same concept as Snake Eyes, where you're just trying to do some one-card combos with a couple of extenders and mixing it with a lot of hand traps or board breakers, depending on what version you play. And so I felt like, even though it was more fun than Snake Eyes, I felt like that was mostly because it's like more new, whatever. And the more I tested it, the less new it felt to me. You know what I mean? Like, the more I tested Yubel, the less fresh it felt, and the more it felt like I'm trying to do the same thing as the Snake Eye players, but my deck is just worse, right? And so I decided, like, a couple days before the tournament, I decided to just run White Forest Runick, because that deck actually feels different than the Snake Eye and Yubel decks. It has its problems, definitely. One of the big problems is that you don't have a battle phase in a format where all the Fiendsmith decks do 1200 burn damage, which really, it's a very annoying dynamic, honestly. It's a very stressful thing to do. Like, even if I win game 1 in a super commanding fashion, I'm still never safe, because I might just get burned out in game 3 or something, which did happen in top 64, but it's okay. The deck's very enjoyable. I liked it. It's just a shame that you have to fight such an uphill battle with, like, it felt frustrating, because I felt like my deck, like this Runick version, I think is better than what I've played in previous formats, right? Like, it's a better, more synergistic Runick deck, for example, than like Runick Live Twin was, or Runick for Hire, right? Like, I think this is a better deck than those, but in relation to the format at the moment, this deck is weaker, right? Which is frustrating, because I feel like I'm playing a better deck than last year, but it still is harder because the other decks have gotten so much stronger, right? So yeah, that's that. But it still is a good deck, right? It still is a very, very good deck. And I enjoyed it. We can go over some things. I have the deck still built here, because people were asking under. My deck profile is just explaining my my thoughts and all that. I can link you the profile real quick. It's already on YouTube. I don't want to go over the entire explanation. Again, I posted the link in chat. I'll just pin it for you guys. Yeah, so we can talk about the deck a little bit, but I don't want to go through every single, like, the deck list, basically, because I've already done that on YouTube, so you can go check that out if you haven't seen it. And if you're already at it, you might as well subscribe to the channel if you missed the upload yesterday. But yeah, so basically, in order to show you guys it's hard to show you guys a standard quote-unquote line, because if you've ever played a Runick deck, you do know that it is not as simple as just like normal summon Snake Eye Ash and showing you what to do with it. And it's also especially important that if I just show you a combo of this deck in a vacuum, like without any interaction from the opponent, it's not gonna look as strong. Like, for example, my end board throughout the majority of the tournament, like, what the goal of this deck is to accomplish turn 1. You want to accomplish a Runick Fountain. You want to accomplish the White Forest Trap card. And you want to accomplish this Synchro. And then you want to pair that, obviously, with as many Runicks as you have in your hand. Because this deck does not have an Omni Negate anymore, with the loss of Baron de Fleur, obviously, which this deck, it hurts a lot for Runick Synchro decks. But obviously, I'm still happy Baron is banned. You don't actually want to commit a whole lot of summons, because people do play Nibiru the Primal Being at the moment. Obviously, it's a very standard card. So the more things you summon, the more you lose to Nibiru the Primal Being, right? So this is kind of like, even if you have the option on your first turn, you get to this board state, you often have the option to, for example, you'll have a Sylvie in the graveyard and an Arciella in the graveyard, because you always go through these, right? So what you could do is, if you had more Runicks, right, like, you could do another Fountain rotation. Like, for example, this can add back Fountain. You can overwrite your old Fountain. You can activate another Runick, special summon Gary or Hugin, draw more cards with Fountain, then summon the Sylvie back out, bring it back, and then make, like, whatever, right? For a while, I was playing Daigusto Emerald to go with these two into Emerald, draw a card, recycle my Runick fusions, then summon another Runick Fusion and make a an SP Little Knight here. But the problem is if you make Emerald here and you get Nibiru, then it's really bad. So what I would choose to do is I would just leave these in the graveyard for my opponent's turn, right? And the reason why this end board is because you would think like, oh, if my opponent has 6 cards in hand, then my opponent can break through the setup. Like let's say you have like let's say 1 or 2 good Runicks in hand, right? With this setup, right? Decks can break this in theory, right? But the fact that this format is a format where everyone is playing 20 hand traps, the opponent usually only has 3 or 4 cards to their disposal because it's really easy to make this board through hand traps. So just as an example, right? Let's just do an example of like a very simple hand of a couple Runicks and a Sylvie, and the last card can be kind of whatever. Let's just do the last card as like whatever kind of placeholder, right? Let's say it's an evenly, right? Because I did play those, right? So with a hand like this one, you have a decision to make on whether you want to play through Droll or not. I think Droll was overall not that popular in the weekend, so I think it's reasonable to not play around it. But you could obviously just go Runick and draw phase, pitch the evenly matched to play around it. But let's just say you were to start with the Sylvie, I would grab the trap first with Sylvie because that plays around Droll way better. It's very good to end on the trap in general. Like having search if the trap is your first search, you end on a guaranteed Book of Moon for your opponent's turn, which is really nice. So what you could do next is you would go Runick Destruction in this case, I think, or Runick Slumber, but whatever. You would go summon Hugin, you would pitch the Woes, you would grab Fountain. The Woes resets itself. And this is the scenario where also it's really, really important to, in my opinion, it is super important for this deck to normal summon a tuner, right? Which is either Sylvie or Rushia, because this is what makes the deck hard to hand trap, is if you normal summon a tuner. If you normal summon an Astellar, then your deck becomes incredibly easy to hand trap, right? Because they just hand trap the Astellar and you're at this spot and you can't do anything. So you always want to normal summon a tuner. Obviously, Sylvie being the better normal summon. But once you're at this spot, you're going to go ahead and make Arciela. Where is it? You're going to make Arciela. You're going to send... Actually, in this hand, you would do the Hugin in draw phase, pitch the evenly for the Fountain, and then you would summon the Sylvie at the Woes and then send the Woes for the Arciela. It's the same result. You just played around the roll better. And then the Arciela is going to grab you the Tails. And then the Woes is going to reset itself. And you activate Fountain. You go Slumber. You go Hugin. You have another free discard for Hugin, so you're going to chain block your Fountain here. If the first discard was another Runick, you draw a third card, right? But you pitch the Tails for another Fountain. And you would be at this spot with the Tails set. And so the Tails, this is why the Tails I think is not that necessary for this deck, because you don't want to extend much further. But what you do here is you go Tails for either LZ or Rushia, right? And then Tails goes to Grave, and then you can go synchro these two off into the Diabels, and the Diabels can add you back. In this case, I would add back the Tails. But if your first discard was something more useful, like if you, for example, what you can do is you can discard Talents, and then if your opponent ends up hand trapping you later at this spot, you can add the Talents back with the Diabel and use it. Or if whatever, if you discard something more useful than evenly, you can add that back. But in a normal circumstance, you can just add back Tails and use it as a cost on your opponent's turn for this, right? Like on your opponent's turn, they do something, you go chain Diabel, send the Tails, summon something from the extra deck, Tails sets itself back. But yeah. Isn't evenly being your main breaker a huge problem with everyone building targeting protected Desiree? Why would it be? You still have 6 ways to beat the... You have, like, your pairings for evenly are 3 destruction, 3 tip, 2 more evenlies. Like you have at least 8 cards that you can pair with an evenly to make it go through, guaranteed, against the Desiree, because you just pop the equip spell with destruction. Because the equip spell is not targeting protected. And so where's the trap card? Oh, there it is. So this is like, this would be a very simple to achieve. Let me move these here. A very simple to achieve end board for the deck, which on your opponent's turn, this is obviously you have, depending on which kind of Runicks you have 1 to 2 or 3 disruptions from your Runicks. You get additional draws from your Runicks. The Diabell can summon out either Silvera or Zapper Shrimp, depending on your matchup, right? So you will either summon this to pop a spell trap, which is really good against Divine Temple and the Tenpai Field spell. And then you can use Zapper Shrimp plus Diabell to synchro into Chaos Angel or Pengying. Or you can just summon the book with this and book your opponent's entire board. And the Woes is also a Book of Moon for the entire board, right? Because you can bring this back from your grave by shuffling this in, and then you can Woes summon LZ from the deck and make the Silvera. And you can even book twice if you want to do that. And this is an end board that is very easy to make, even through, I've made this end board, I think the maximum I made it through was 3 hand traps. Simply because if your hand is good, you can do this through maybe even 4 hand traps. And it's an end board that is, it's bad against board breakers, but most people were playing hand traps, right? And so if this is your end board and your opponent has used 2 hand traps in the, let's say on average they use 2 hand traps, you can still end on this board. And then it becomes really hard to break with 4 cards, right? And you definitely outgrind from that position on. Disregarding fun, do you honestly think this is better than Runick Stun? For me personally, yes, because this deck has more skill expression. In its overall win rate, I'm not sure. But I feel like if I was playing Runick Stun, I wouldn't have as much control over how the games would go. Whereas with this deck, there's definitely games this weekend that I won simply because my opponent didn't know how to play around these sort of cards and so on and so forth, right? Like I've beaten like infinite Cosmic Cyclones, evenly matched and stuff like that with this deck simply because you can actually outgrind and do a lot of work with this deck, which Runick Stun you simply don't have the option. Siding pattern. Okay, so siding in this deck is tricky. But going second, I would side out. You basically what you do. Where's my side deck? Going second, let's say into Snake Eyes. Let's say it's into Snake Eye and it's game 1, so we don't have to worry about siding stuff close to time. If you go second, you just want to have more cards, quote unquote. So what I would do is I would take out some engine to replace it with these. And what I would usually side out is 2 Rushas. I would side out Runicks. I think 3 or 2. These. I often sided out 1 Talents at some point throughout the event. So this was my standard going second side outs, I think. Yeah. And then you can also side this if you want to going second, which is, it's a little risky to be on 4 continuous traps going second, but you could. It's pretty strong. In that case, you would side. Actually, no. What I did after a while, I sided out 1 Drain for 1 Rivalry because I didn't want 4. I didn't want 4 traps in my deck going second. And I don't think Phantasme is a contradiction with Evenly at all, because most of the time they will either they might pop it with Fiendsmith, they might send it away in other ways, and worst case you can still like go to battle phase, threaten a double on their Appaloosa, which usually is 2400 or 1600, which is even better, So they will try to prevent that, right? And so you can probably still go evenly after Phantasme. It's not that bad because you can just crash it. So yeah. But yeah, the general philosophy of this deck is just when you go first, and I don't think I've lost one game going first the entire weekend. I lost one game going first, and that was round 1, game 1, because my opponent's hand was Imperm, Veiler, Nibiru, and Magnamut, and they were playing Tenpai. So I played into and even that I may have been able to win, but I kind of committed into the Nibiru, because after I got hit with Veiler, and Imperm, I was kind of like, screw it, they don't have any more hand traps. I'm just gonna try to make my board as strong as possible, because just in case their hand is like 2 or 3 engine cards. And so I got nibbed as well. And then the last card in their hand was Magnamut, which searched them the 1-card kill. So yeah. But that was the only game all weekend that I lost going first outside of the Runick stun on stream, actually. Yeah, it was 2 games. Yeah. The Runick stun game I lost. True, that's true. My deck was not very well prepared for Runick stun, to be fair. I figured the matchup was going to be good without siding much for it. But yeah, I haven't thought about my feature match that much. I don't know what went wrong. Oh yeah, my hand was not great in the feature match going first, because I had to leave in evenly matched, because it was literally like the least terrible card in my deck, I think, because I sided out the skill drains, and from my side deck the only card I could bring in was Ash. Everything else was useless, so I brought in the Ashes and I sided out the skill drains, and so I left in the evenlies and I opened evenly going first. But my hand, I think, was not great otherwise, so I didn't want to make a board, or I couldn't make a board. I don't remember my exact hand going first. I only remember that I decided to just pass with the evenly in hand to evenly them like next turn. But had I had a hand that would have made a solid board, I would have won. Like, you beat Runick stun with this deck very easily if you can play. But I don't think my hand played, because I just thinking back about it now, if my hand had been able to play, like if I had a couple Runicks plus White Forest cards, I would have just sent the evenly for cost. But I'm pretty sure that was not the case. I'm pretty sure it was like Ash evenly. I remember drawing a lot of talents throughout the matchup as well, which are terrible, obviously. So yeah, but like the side deck ratios are not great for the Runick stun matchup with this deck. And I don't think it needs to be like that. I don't think that was a mistake. I don't think you should have been prepared for the Runick stun matchup better. I think it's already a good matchup, but it's fine. It's okay. I played game 2 was actually more annoying, because I did the thing. I remember that. Like, I don't pay that much attention to when I resolve Fountain, what I put, like the order of the Runicks you put back doesn't matter in 99.9% of games. So I just, like, you activate Tip first, and then you activate another Runick. I think it was Slumber in the feature match. And I just grabbed them like this, right? And I put them to the bottom of the deck. And it was against the one matchup where it can matter, because I forgot about Card Scanner. So obviously, when they used Card Scanner for spells, the Slumber was at the bottom. And at the end of the match, I decked out 1 card earlier than them. So had I done it the other way around, I may have won, because the Tip would have obviously been good for me. But I also could have like banished their card faster, right? But yeah, it's fine. And also the SP in the last game, I should have chained it to their Slumber. The thing is, I knew it was over, because my read on the set card was that it was either Skill Drain or Smiting Storm, the way they've been playing, because they were not playing around my SP banish itself at all, right? They always committed into it, and my read on it was correct. It was Skill Drain. I would have lost anyways, but that does not mean you shouldn't try it. Like, you should still try it, because maybe your read is incorrect, right? My read was, well, I lost because that card is probably Skill Drain, or or Smiting Storm. So I knew in my head it was over, and so I just skipped one step in my head. But I should have just I should have chained it. You know, I should have chained it. But it was lost anyways because my read was correct. But obviously, even if you have a read on a card, you should not just like lose the game because of that read. You could have still what's it called? You could have still tried and maybe see if your read was incorrect, and there's still, you know, yeah. But yeah, it was a minor thing because at the end of the day, the read was correct. They did have skill drain, so I would have still decked out, but it's okay. Yeah. So that's the deck. You're just trying to do normal Runick synchro boards. Honestly, the White Forest cards are as fun as I thought they would be. Like, this package is just so fun to play with. The fact that you have it's such a cool way to interrupt and interact with your opponent as well. Like, the fact that you can like summon this card is so cool to play with. Thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate you. So the way this deck interacts with your opponent is really cool. It does have weaknesses. Like I said, Baron is not legal, so you cannot full combo on your first turn. You have to hold back resources because you otherwise Nib just destroys you. Like, literally, you are happy with this deck if you end on this Fountain and the Trap card. That is what you try to end on. Your way of playing around Nibiru with this deck is different than other decks, because other decks' way to play around Nibiru is just, well, I'm gonna make a negate before they can nib me, or I'm not gonna give them a good spot to nib me until I summon a negate. This deck simply doesn't have a negate, so what you do is you simply commit less. I know it's a crazy idea for modern Yu-Gi-Oh players to not commit all your resources on turn 1, frame 1. But this is what this deck does to not lose to Nibiru, is you just hold some of your cards in hand, your Runicks and stuff. Like, you hold it, and just play with less, right? The extra deck is tight. There are a lot of cards I would have liked to play. Honorable mentions: Daigusto Emerald, Baguska, Legacia is another card I wanted to play. My problem with Legacia is that the main way you could summon Legacia is by going into Diabel and then bringing back one of your White Forest tuners, right? This is how you make a level 12 in this deck. The problem is, I just never saw myself wanting to send this card to the graveyard, right? Like, this card, I wanted to be on my board, right? No matter what, like in every grind game situation, this card is, I want this to be here, right? I don't want to link to synchro it away. And that's why I did not play Legacia, but it still is a good card, right? It still is a good card. I've been trying with Bastille to get a negate with this pattern or Zolkin plus Crystal Wing. See, the problem is that all those things are just way too... You need too much space for them, and you lose a lot of grind game if you fill your extra deck with a whole lot of like fancy stuff that is very hard to summon. Even the like the Auxilla, Crimson Dragon, Calamity, all that stuff. It's so many slots for winning more going first. Like, I got that comment a lot on my YouTube video as well. They were like, you're playing this deck wrong. You can do this and this and this with it. You can go Visa's Armitara to search Vanadium Reframing to have an Omni Negate on your board and all that. And I'm just sitting there like, dude, I lost 2 games going first over the entire weekend. This deck does not need to win more going first. You don't need to focus on that. This deck outgrinds everything going first. Like, you don't lose. It's not the problem of the deck. Like, the problem is not if you go first, you need to win harder. It's simply not. It simply doesn't happen, right? Like, the only thing that you need to worry about is like, how do you win going second? And the biggest problem, even more than how do you win going second, is how the hell do you finish 3 games in 45 minutes with this deck without getting Lacrima burned? That's the biggest issue. Like, that is the most annoying part about playing a Runick deck at the moment, is the fact that you have to deal with Lacrima, which is like almost impossible to prevent as well. So yeah, but this deck, I think if you are wondering on whether you should, I don't know, pick up this deck or play this deck or whatever, this deck is is not top tier at the moment. I thought it was a fun challenge that I set for myself to top Euros with a deck that I enjoy and think looks fun, and I was able to do that, which I'm very happy about. But this deck can definitely become a meta deck in the future. Like the White Forest cards are, and I genuinely believe the White Forest cards are really, really good cards. They simply don't compete with Snake Eye, or like what you do with one Snake Eye Ash or what you do with one Nightmare Throne is simply something that the White Forest cards cannot compete with. But I don't think that makes them bad Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Let's say it like that. Like, I think that, at least for me at this point, that is not the that's not the bar. You know, I don't even want my cards to be as good as Snake Eye Ash or Nightmare Throne or whatever. I don't want those combos to exist at all, right? But like, that's a different story. So if the August ban list or whichever other ban list, if we go into a different direction and Snake Eyes and Yubel 1-card combos and Fiendsmith combos maybe go away, then I think we need to, I think we can revisit decks like White Forest and they can potentially become a top tier archetype. So yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about this deck. It was fun. It wasn't as fun as I had hoped, simply because the 1200 Lacrima burn is a big problem for this deck, and that's just not a fun dynamic to play. Like, winning game 1 after like 15 or 20 minutes already puts you in a very pressured situation. Like, I scooped a bunch of game 1, like a game. What I did, by the way, in case you were wondering, if I won game 1 after let's say 15 or 20 minutes, which is like a normal amount, if my opponent started comboing game 2 with Snake Eyes and I looked at my hand and it wasn't completely cracked, I literally just scooped the game. Like, during their first turn combo. Like, I didn't even look at it. I was just like, dude, we go game 3. Because I don't want to watch you for 10 minutes, then draw my 6th card, play into the board for 5 to 10 minutes, and then probably lose anyways, right? So what I did was just like, dude, okay, I've seen enough. We'll just call it a day, you know? Sometimes I was taking a moment to look at their line that they were taking, like to see whether they were going to end up on Desiree, right? Like, I was trying to figure out, do they have 2-card combo? Do they have 1-card combo? Let's see, right? But for the most part, if my hand was not insane, like sometimes I would play it. Like, if my hand had, like, I don't know, evenly talents or something, or like I had Mul Chummy evenly or something, I would like wait and see what I draw. But there were some games where I would just call it a day, right? Like, I would just be like, you know what, I'm gonna need maximum time for game 3, right? I'll just go first, game 3, and like I said, this deck is very, very strong going first. So I was just like, you know what, I'll just give up this game going second, right? Which I feel like it sucks. I feel like it sucks that I have to scoop a game before I even see my next draw or something, or even see if I have a chance, because I can't play under time pressure with this deck. But yeah. Thoughts on the toy box package? I was testing White Forest versions even without the Runick cards, but and I really like the toy cards. The problem is that this deck is the White Forest cards. If it's just White Forest plus toy cards, first of all, you need to draw White Forest plus toy cards. Otherwise, your deck doesn't do all that much, especially through hand traps. It's really rough. And in this deck, I don't feel like you have the room for them, because it's like 6 cards minimum. I think you need to play like 3 toy box, 2 soldiers, 1 tank. So you'd have to basically play no non-engine. And I just don't feel like it's worth it for this version. The toy cards are still amazing in White Forest, just not in the Runick deck. But you can still experiment with them in other versions of the deck. What about White Forest Toys Pure with no Runics? You can do that. I just felt like that deck didn't play through hand traps nearly as well. But you can, like I said, the White Forest cards are cool. The only thing that they don't have, quote unquote, the White Forest cards don't have the fancy 1-card combos that like the other decks have at the moment, right? It's like you don't have the spreadsheet, look at 1 card and see what it does, because most of the time you just get hand trapped, or none of them even do much on their complete own, right? Like, so yeah. Was Malchami relevant this event? Malchami was good. I would say it was at its best when I dropped it against Flu. Because they went, I Malcharmied them in draw phase in game 3, and they went thrust for the Fluandereese trap and then passed because they didn't want to give me 3 draws or whatever, right? So and I had Destruction, so I just used Destruction in draw phase to pop the trap card because it's only during main phase, so that kind of messed them up, right? In other matchups, the most I've drawn with Malchami this tournament was 2. I've never drawn more than 2 cards with Malchami, but I think that is still worth it. Like, I think a card that gives you usually 1 draw at minimum, so it's never minus. Sometimes it's a +1, and it always makes your opponent consider how they play their turn, right? Like, your opponent might open like Wanted plus Snake Eye Ash, and they might play their hand very differently because you Malcharmied them. So they don't, basically, you still get your cards back, but they also don't really like get the full potential of their combo because they have to play around the fact that you have this card, right? I like this. I think it's still good enough. But yeah. I think it's a good card. Do you shotgun Malcharmi? I mean, yeah, obviously. You do shotgun Malcharmi because what if they just normal summon and then you don't get that draw? That's terrible. You do have to shotgun it. I had one opponent, I will say, I had one opponent who gave me no draws with Malcharmi. Because they opened Fiendsmith. And so you go Fiendsmith and you make Beatrice to send Poplar, and then they went Promethean Princess, revive Poplar, search original Sinful Spoils. So I got no draws off of the Malcharmi. But obviously still, even in that scenario, they went for a much weaker combo than they could have gone for had I not had Malcharmi. So it still didn't do nothing, right? Like, because normally their combo is stronger than that, right? So it's still, I think that was the worst case Malcharmi this weekend, I think. What would be the best Runick to replace the 3rd talents with? It's either, like, I was thinking about this, it's either a 2nd Smiting Storm or a 3rd Dispelling. Like, Dispelling actually has solid defensive capabilities. That's what I like. That's why I played 2 of it. But it could also just be, you could play a Golden Droplet and always use it to summon. But I personally would probably play a 3rd Dispelling. I would risk the chance of drawing duplicates with it in order to have the best defensive one, right? Because the Snake Eye and Yubel deck, they always search. So I think having, like, this is actually a good defensive card that you can draw. So I would probably do a 3rd Dispelling. But yeah. Yeah, that was the deck. That was Euros for me personally. My matchups were, overall, it was 12 rounds of Swiss plus top 64, so 13 rounds, -1 because my round 10 opponent did not show up. So it's 12 rounds total. It was 4 Snake Eyes, 3 Yubel, not 3 Tenpai. 4 Snake Eye, 3 Tenpai, 1 Rescue Ace, which I lost to in top 64, 1 Runick Stun, which I lost to on feature, 1 Flu, 1 Voiceless, and 1 Yubel. And I beat all the Snake Eyes. I lost to 1 Tenpai, which is normally, I think it's a really good matchup, but it happens. So I lost to 110 Pi and I lost to Rescue Ace in top 64. And I beat the other stuff. So I think overall I'm happy with that result. I think that's fine. The feature match against Runick Stun was also a little bit on me. So I think game 2 I could have played better. So well, fine. I mean, the deck was made to beat Snake Eyes. Like, the deck was genuinely made to beat Snake Eyes. As good as you can. Like, I mean, obviously it's hard to just make a deck that beats Snake Eyes, but the deck is not bad against Snake Eye. The only thing is that the Snake Eye matchup, like, the reason why it feels so like vulnerable and so much like an uphill battle is because it feels like they have the upper hand from the beginning, right? They play the more powerful deck. It's always like you are very close to losing throughout the entire game, because it's like if they resolve one of their combos, you have a very hard time unless it's going second and you have like evenly and a way to force it through. But it's yeah. I definitely beat a couple players going second because they didn't do their combos properly. Like, I did some theory and testing with some Snake Eye players before the event, and if they went first and did the 2-card combo that ends on Desiree plus the optimal end board with including Flamberge and IP Masquerena, if they play all that perfectly, it was you need to resolve evenly or you lose. As a matter of fact, a lot of people didn't do that perfectly, right? A lot of people did not always end on that board. You know, I've had games going second where they should have ended on Desiree, but they didn't, and that's why I won without evenly. Like, that sort of stuff happens, right? Like, it's just like in a world where your opponent always plays perfectly, the rogue deck, it's like it's harder for the rogue deck, obviously. So yeah, sometimes your win condition is your opponent not doing the optimal thing, right? Did you see Ben's thread on the meta? Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. We'll talk about the meta in general. So like okay, what's the best order we talk about things here, I guess? Where's the do we have a top cut breakdown somewhere? There it is. Okay, let me see. We have a top 64 breakdown here in the Super Paludo spreadsheet. And let's just talk about the format a little bit, because obviously, you know, this was the first tournament experience for me in the Infinite Forbidden format, and we are obviously approaching a Forbidden and Limited list update, which we already know is going to happen in August. So I figured let's you know, we've already had our first impression after the NAWCQ, but let's see like how we feel about it. Let's discuss, like, how do we feel about this format? Is it as bad as people are saying? Because I think that is the sentiment in the majority of the community, is like people were not super hyped to enter Snake Eye Fiendsmith format. I think that's fair to say. So let's talk about like how it turned out, you know, because I think there is one more YCS in this format in the US in August at some point. Like Sacramento, I think, is in August. YCS Sacramento. Is that am I misinformed? Sacramento, okay, yeah. Which is probably before the ban list, I think. If I had to guess. I don't know exactly which date in August it is. Maybe if it's very late August, then maybe the ban list is before. But I think for now, I think it's safe to assume that there's one more YCS with this ban list. Anyways, Fiendsmith Snake Eyes, I think, has gotten pretty much, funnily enough, the same representation in top 64 as in the NAWCQ. If I remember correctly, it was 31 spots in both top 64 cuts, which is just shy of 50%, which is very, very high still, right? Like, it's very, very high. Like, considering also how, like, I feel like in the current year of Yu-Gi-Oh, it's very, very often that a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh decks are still very powerful. Like, even if they're not the best deck in the room, there's a lot of engines and a lot of archetypes out there that are playing at an incredible like power level, you know. And so I feel like still getting almost 50% of top 64 in a format that has so many decks at such high power levels is still very, very impressive and very dominant still. But the even bigger thing for Fiendsmith Snake Eyes is that from listening to a lot of the people that played Snake Eyes this weekend, I think the dynamics in the mirror match are just as annoying as people expected them to be, right? Like it felt like everyone I talked to who was playing Snake Eyes was just like, dude, we were comparing hands. You know, I lost the mirror here, I lost the mirror there. It was honestly a shame for me to see how many like great players I met this weekend, where I know they are very capable of playing Yu-Gi-Oh at a super, super high level, right? And I just listened to them and they were like, yeah, I lost the mirror here, I lost the mirror there, I couldn't do anything there, so on and so forth. Like so many players where I would be like, those would definitely top if the mirror match was a good matchup, like a super skillful matchup. They would definitely do well in these tournaments. And they just come up to me and they're like, yeah, no, I lost the mirror, I couldn't do anything, right? Obviously there is still skill in Yu-Gi-Oh. It's like when, you know, it's fine, but this format I think is compared to other formats in the past, I'm not a fan of it, especially with the especially if you're playing Snake Eyes, which is it's weird because it is the best deck in the format, but I feel like it's a terrible feeling to play the best deck in the format and still be flipping coins in the mirror match. That just is for me, it's not an enjoyable dynamic, which was part of the reason why I didn't want to play it. And the one thing I don't want to do though is I don't want to speak badly about the people that ended up qualifying for Worlds or making it to the top 8 or whatever, you know. Because that's like one of the main critique points that people are having. Well, you know, you've got this format, and so you see a lot of names that you haven't seen before in the top cut or whatever. I personally don't feel that way. Because I don't know these players either, but that does not give me the right to assume that they are not great players. You know, like every great player has their first top sometime at some point, and like I haven't seen their feature matches, I haven't seen them play. So I'm not going to say that they are not great players, you know, that's not, I don't like the format, but they might still be great players. And even if I'm not familiar with most of them, not all of them, that's not true. But like, even if I'm not familiar with some of them, that does not mean they're not good. You know, that's like, they still have to have been playing well to get there. You know, I'm sure they made mistakes like everyone has, like I have, but, you know, like that is I don't think that's a fair critique point of the format, you know, or at least you can critique the format, but I don't think you should critique the players because of the format. You know, you shouldn't be like format is bad, so naturally bad players topped. You know, that's not how that works. That's just not fair towards the players. You know, they still did a good job. Either way, at this point, I feel like we've talked about it a lot. Snake Eyes needs to get the axe in August, I think. I personally am past the point where I want to see some Snake Eye hits. Like I want Snake Eyes to be gone. Like I don't want Snake Eyes to be like tier 2, you know? I don't want them to hit some consistency cards. I don't want them to be like, yeah, Snake Eyes can stay in some shape or form. I just want Snake Eye to be gone. Like that deck needs to go to tier 7. I think the weirdest part, my biggest fear, by the way, I am confident that Snake Eyes is gonna get hit. I do believe that's gonna happen. In a hard way. Like I think they are gonna get rid of Snake Eyes for us. I'm hopeful about that. My problem or my fear is that they are not gonna hit Bell hard enough, because that's kind of like the new kid on the block together with Fiendsmith. right? Both of those decks are relatively new. I mean, Yubel has been around for a while, but it was never a problem until the Fiendsmith cards came out. And so I think from their perspective, I think it's likely that they won't hit Yubel super hard. And while Yubel is not as bad for the game as Snake Eyes, and I mean that, I think Yubel is like a watered down version of Snake Eyes, which is a good thing. It's good that it's watered down Snake Eyes. It's good in some ways, because in other ways, that means it plays a very similar style. You know, it's a very similar style deck in the sense that you have a bunch of one-card combos, you have a bunch of engine requirements, your end boards are super insane. You have a decent amount of room for non-engine, and you have follow-up. It's just that you have a little bit less of everything, right? Like it's like Snake Eyes, but slightly worse. Like you have a little less starters, you have worse extenders, you have more engine requirements, more soft bricks and stuff like that. You have less room for non-engine, and you have slightly weaker follow-up. So I think it is weaker than Snake Eyes in almost every aspect, which makes it easier to deal with than Snake Eyes overall from like a format perspective, I think. Like Yubel being the best deck in the format would not be as oppressive to other decks as Snake Eyes being the best deck in the format, I think, but it would have a lot of similar dynamics. And that is something that I'm not looking forward to, having like mini Snake Eye in Fiend form to just be the next best thing in the next format. I don't know. That seems not great to me. But Yubel is weaker. Yubel is weaker. Yubel is a little easier to solve, especially if they give it a small hit. Like that's the thing, right? I want them to murder Snake Eye, and I want them to slightly hit Yubel to the point like Yubel is already a worse Snake Eye, so if they hit it a little bit more, maybe it's fine. Like I don't even know what they could do. And this is the other thing. I find it very, very hard to think of a good hit for Yubel, because a lot of the cards that are good to hit will not happen yet, right? Like my initial thought is like Phantom of Yubel is a card that should definitely be at 1, right? The problem is Phantom of Yubel just came out and is like a €60 card. So I don't see that happening. And then there's a lot of other cards that they could hit, but that I don't necessarily agree are cards that deserve to be on the ban list. And those cards are Fabled Lurry, Unchained cards. Like, yes, banning Yama. Look, from a game perspective, banning Yama would be good, right? Because it would hurt Yubel in a way that doesn't make it unplayable, but does hurt it. The problem is, like, it's so mean, dude. It's such a mean thing to do because of like Unchained. You know, Unchained is taking a stray like so hard. It doesn't deserve that, you know? And the same is true for Opening of the Spirit Gates. Like, those are cards that are only good because of Yubel. But it could happen, right? But that's the kind of thing where they've started banning cards like Jet Synchron because of Halka Fibrax. That's that kind of behavior, right? But they've done that in the past, right? They've done that in the past, so it could happen. And then the Fiendsmith cards are the same thing. I am in 100%. I'm 100% convinced that Beatrice needs to go. Unfortunately, I think the most annoying part about the Fiendsmith cards is not going to go away, and that's the Lacrima burn. Unironically, I think that is the one thing that annoys me the most about Fiendsmith, is that they have this this Lacrima burn that you almost cannot prevent. So I would like for them to do something about that, but they will not ban Lacrima. You know, that's not gonna happen. I personally don't think the Fiendsmith cards are gonna get hit at all. They could ban Closed Moon. They could ban Fabled Lurry if they wanted to not hit a new expensive card. But my personal prediction is that they're not gonna do that, simply because like, that engine is too new, and I feel like they want this engine to be around for a while. Yeah, I don't know. What about Dogwood? Dogwood is a huge problem, or like Dogwood is very annoying rather. But the thing is that I feel like Dogwood is a product of how the game is being played at the moment. Like, I'm convinced that one major part of why games go to time so much at the moment is because the combos just take a little bit too long on the first turn. Like, this is just another thing where we need to talk about one card combos and how much they should do, right? Like, if your first turn combos wouldn't take like 10 minutes with all the decks, then it'd be okay, you know. But like, Yubel and Snake Eye combos are just like, you start with one card, you end up with like 30 steps or whatever, you know. Just not great. So I do think Dogwood is more like a symptom than the problem, if that makes sense, right? Because the time rules have been like this for a long time, but people only played Dogwood very rarely in the first couple of years, right? Like, when did the time rules change? Like 2018 or something? And when did people start playing Dogwood? Like, it's a relatively recent development that people started playing Dogwood in like almost any tournament, right? Like in 2018, 2019, I don't remember playing Dogwood even a single time. And I also don't remember getting Dogwooded. So I don't know. I think Dogwood is a problem right now, but I don't think it's the cause. I don't know. You think Dogwood will be banned in Worlds? I don't know. So, what we're gonna do today is definitely not check out Snake Eye's deck profiles, but I was thinking maybe we go and do a little bit of a showcase of some of the more rogue-ish strategies that topped the event, because obviously I was one of those, but there were other people who took their pet decks to the European Championship and still did well with them. Even Ritual Beast even qualified for Worlds, which was cool to see. But like, people like, I know Vlad topped with Memento. There was even another Memento in top 64. There was a Magical Musket. I think that was Dinkabui who got top 64 with Magical Muskets. There were 4 Ritual Beasts in top 64. So, like I predicted, there is room in this format to top with other decks. You have a chance, you know, like Snake Eyes is a very good and oppressive deck, but you have a chance with other decks. I think that's what I want to look at today. I think I want to look at some. I doubt that the Musketeer deck is already out there. No, Dinkabui's Musketeer deck is not out there. But we can look at Vlad's Memento deck, which I have already scrolled through it, but I haven't listened to his explanations yet. So I wanna see that. I wanna see Herman's top 64 Ritual Beast deck. There we go. I think that's about it, though. Fortunately, we have here, we got Tenpai Yubel. There's one branded, but there's no list for that. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at 2 of the more successful rogue decks in this format, which were, so it goes Snake Eye, then Tenpai, then Yubel, then Ritual Beast, and then we've got 2 ofs. We got Stun, Memento, and White Forest. So yeah, let us take a look at, what do we do? Let's do Memento first. Let's do Vlad's Memento list first. Move over here.
Familiar face, Vlad, you ended up top 64
yes.
Euros with Memento.
Feeds with Memento, yeah.
Okay, is there anything you want to say before you go to the list?
I would just like to shout out everybody who has helped me with the list, between Jesse, the entirety of WAF, Herman for.
Okay.
So me and Herman Hansen had a.
Did Vince publish his White Forest list? No, but his main deck was the same as mine. -1 Rushia, -1 Talents, -1 I think -1 Runick, and then played 3 Upstart Goblins. Which I think was actually a smart idea, because the Upstart Goblin is a very good add back from the Diabel.
An agreement that we're just gonna play our fun little decks at Euros. He played Ritual Beast, I played Memento, and we both top, which is really fun.
Yeah, I liked his list more after the tournament. Before the tournament, I decided not to play Upstart because of Droll, but Droll was not very popular, so I think it was a good call to do the Upstarts.
Unfortunately, we couldn't have gone further, but you know, it is what it is. You gotta get lucky, and then we just were unlucky, so it's all good.
Okay. Yeah, let's see.
Right. So starting off, the big boss guy. You should only ever really be playing one of this. You ideally don't want to draw it, but there is times where it comes in useful just to draw a memento name, because if you draw cards like Bone Party, it's like still fine. Like, and you just need like an amount of names. And also, this just recycling everything back is good. There's no reason not to play it. And then the main engine of the deck, 3 Ash, 3 Nibiru, 3 Vape.
It's funny that he's calling it the main engine, but it's probably true. Like, this is the other approach that I was talking about. You know, you can play rogue decks with like completely off the wall strategies, like what I did with like some board breakers and Runicks and stuff like that. Or you can just be like, well, you know what? We're just going to play the hand trap game with Snake Eyes, because the deck is harder to hand trap now, but it's not impossible. You know, like, it just feels like gambling, but like, I still saw a surprising amount of people that passed to like 1 Ash or 1 Imperm this weekend, right? It happens because people are playing these 45 card decks with like 20 non-engine or something. So it's like, it's possible that the Snake Eye deck just passes to 1 hand trap, you know?
3 Infinite Impermanent.
I had countless opponents this weekend who just played into Nibiru so hard, where I was like, I wish I was just playing a hand trap deck with Nibirus, but I obviously didn't.
And the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit.
Oh yeah.
So I decided to play one of these because so first of all, I'm main decking Nibiru, so Baldrake pairs well with Nibiru, and so does Druid Worm, but in reverse. Like if you nib first and then if you Druid Worm first and then nib afterwards, it's quite good because you get rid of the token. Whereas Baldrake is much better if you nib first and then you Baldrake afterwards. These are very good for this weekend, especially since that they're level 6s. They also synergize very well with the Fiendsmith cards because you kind of have to play them right now. And also post side, I am siding Fantastical Dragon Phantasme, so these just get a lot better post side. Well, this anyway gets better post side. So that's the main engine, just the 15 hand traps. It's kind of a little low, but this deck can't really afford to play more. And I'm playing 40 cards, so the math isn't too bad on it.
It is crazy that we're calling 15 hand traps like low nowadays. It's really a crazy standard that Snake Eye has set. You know, like 15 used to be a crazy amount. Like that was like that was insane amounts, you know, like, but anyways.
Rather than like playing like 45 cards or whatever. I'm playing 41, but it's whatever. And then for the starters, I'm playing 3 Darkblade and 1 Rota to search the Darkblade. In my opinion, this is the best normal summon because if you pair it with Horse, you start with the Horse if you have Darkblade and Horse, and then everybody always thinks they should hit the Horse, which is like good because like you should be hitting the Horse every time. But since I'm maxing out on Darkblade and with Rhoda as well, once the Horse gets Imperm, you can go normal summon the Darkblade, and Darkblade can get Mace, and then Mace lets you keep going. Whereas a card like Anguish, which I only played 1 of, which might be a bit controversial, doesn't pair well with the Horse at all. This card can't really fetch you anything if your Horse has already been Impermed, and it's just not a very great like normal summon. The problem I've had with playing 3 of these is just like there's just way too many normal summons in this deck, and if I was normal summoning anything, I would rather just be normal summoning Darkblade every time, which is why I played the Rhoda. And then Anguish, this just sucks to stop.
One Anguish is interesting. I haven't experimented with new Memento yet, but when I played Memento, I think which was a 3 of? I don't know if this is this doesn't seem standard to me, even with the new memento cards. But I guess we're trying to fit 15 hand traps and Fiendsmith cards into a 40, or I think he said 41 card deck. So you gotta cut something somewhere. So we're cutting the Anguish down to 1. I understand it, but yeah.
So it's why I only played 1.
Yeah,
I played 3 horse, obviously, and just need to play 3. It is kind of weird to play this with like Nibiru and Bestials, because obviously you can't summon this if you have them on the field. But right now, if you're like using Bestials or Nibiru on your opponent's turn, a lot of the time they're going to be using things like Dies Irae or like Flamberge to just like to bench the Bestials. So like it doesn't really like conflict that much. Post side though, I do take out 2 of these because I am citing in the Phantasmes and stuff. And I do keep out, I do keep in like a lot of the Fiendsmith engine when I go second to a lot of decks, just because the horse, you'd rather just be searching it. You don't really want to be starting with it, especially with like the Bestials and stuff. And like the Bestials, you kind of just have to play this format. It's basically like the and Nibiru as well, which is why like this card isn't like the best sometimes. But like I said, like your board is just clear.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta accept like anti-synergies in your deck. You know, an anti-synergy does not necessarily mean you can't play those cards together. It's just sometimes you gotta hope, because both of the cards are so good for your deck. You just gotta hope that they don't conflict with each other too often, right? Like sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet and be like, yeah, if this happens, it sucks, but both of these cards are individually worth it. So I'm gonna play both of them. That's fine.
Then I played, I guess Goblin and Mace are also starters. Mace is like the worst starter unless you have another memento in hand, like Combined Creation or like Horn Dragon or whatever. And then Goblin like does combo on its own, so it's fine. It's serviceable. So that's why like, you know, you don't really need to play more than 1 Anguish or like more than 1 of this. After Rage of the Abyss though, you kind of do want to play more of this because there's like a new Goblin Biker card that can just summon this from deck. And then 2 of this would actually come up then. And the Mace, like I said, is just the worst starter, but you do just kind of need to play it. I'm not gonna like be explaining too in depth like what the cards do. Like, you know, I'm sure everybody who plays Yu-Gi-Oh has grown enough to be able to just read the cards.
You would think that.
But it's starter, but it's like a not very good starter. And then I played obviously 3 Ravers, the best card in the game right now. And then I played Tract and Lurie as well. Yeah, not much to explain it. It's just very good engine. This on its own gets you to the entire Memento engine just because of the Aerial Eater that they finally decided to print.
Do you guys think the Fiendsmith engine is still good enough if they banned Lurie? Because Fiendsmith Tract looks kind of shit if they banned Lurie. Like, because I was thinking like, what can they do about Fiendsmith on the first ban list without murdering it? Because obviously that cannot be the goal. But banning Lurie seems, in my head, it seems a little bit too harsh even. So yeah, there's no other Fable that you can search that's a fiend that immediately summons itself. Like, you can still do things like, for example, you can just go Engraver search Tract search any light fiend normal summon, and then discard another card from your hand, and then you have to spend your normal summon on that. It's like much worse, but you could still play the cards. You could still go Moon into them. I don't know. It's an interesting thought experiment. My guess is that they won't do that because I think that they think that it's really cool whenever we play super old cards in these decks, which is true to some extent, right? Like whenever some really old synergy like this pops up, it is kind of cool, right? So I don't see them banning Lurie. It's just something I thought about. Fen, TCG, Nemesis, Josh, and Just Some Nerd, appreciate you for the subs. Thank you so much. Welcome back, and thank you for supporting the channel.
Because you can use Aerial Eater to send Goblin, and then you make Cross Shape, you bring back Aerial Eater, and then Cross Shape triggers bring back Goblin, and then Goblin, like I said earlier, is a starter on its own, so it's good. Especially if you special summon the Goblin, because if you special summon Goblin, you send Gaddock and Mace, and then Gaddock summons itself, adds back Mace, you make Appaloosa, you normal summon Mace, and then you're insulated from there on out. and then each play these. It does come up a lot where I found out like a lot of people just don't know you can fuse in hand with this, but like yeah, it was just very simple.
The Tract's Graveyard Effect was so annoying for me specifically this weekend. Like I lost games, or I don't know if I lost those games, but the games got a lot closer because like my main way of interrupting Snake Eyes and Fiendsmith stuff was just by booking all their stuff, right? And so sometimes if they had an extra engraver in hand, they could just like fuse with their face down like Fabled Lurie or something, and the engraver into a Lacrima and just continue. That was very annoying sometimes.
Just people just didn't know you could do that. And then for like extenders, I played 3 Bone Party. This is, in my opinion, like the better of the 2 extenders. Like I'm only playing 2 copies of the Fusion, so I am not playing that many Memento names, seeing as I cut down on Anguishes, and it's more likely that I'm going to have 1 Memento than like multiple, right? And this card only really works if like Horse is already resolved, so that's why I didn't really want to have 3 of this, because you can just brick on it. And in a format where you need to fit in so many hand traps, it's just like you don't have really a space for 3. There is, I do have one signature copy of Talents that I play in every single deck I play. If you want to be a coward, you can just play the 3rd Fusion instead. It's perfectly fine. But I just play 1 Talents just because it gives. When deck building, right? You don't want to see multiples of cards, right? And the less multiples of everything you have in your deck, or like redundancy, I guess, the better. And yeah, you can play 3 Talents, you can make an argument for it, but oh, my earring fell out. Oh well. It's just fine to run 1. Like you can never brick on 2, and it's just funny. But yeah, you can just cut it if you want. I just play it because it's like my signature, I guess. I just always play 1. And then for the like bricks, I guess, like Horn Dragon isn't fantastic to draw, but if you are already playing, it's like a fine card to have. And once again, it's a Memento name for like Bone Party if you're stuck. Right. And then all my combos end with this in the graveyard, just so you can get like a lot of just destruction. And then I played 1 Gaddock. This is the worst card to open, just because a lot of your plays are just so much worse when you draw this. It's a lot better now with Infinite Forbidden, but drawing this is just. It just does not feel good. Like if you draw this with Horus, it just like it always just feels bad. But it's not that bad, but you just don't want to draw this card. It's the bottom line. And then I played 1 Sleepy.
Like I hate how every like top tier deck has that now, right? These kind of cards, like even Memento or whatever, or like Ritual Beast, they all have these kind of cards where they're not ideal in their hand, right? Like your Snake Eye Oak, Flamberge type cards. I mean, I guess it's better than. I guess it's a better philosophy than complete bricks like Garnets, right? They are not they're not completely dead. I think that's a little bit better in terms of their design philosophy, but still I don't know.
This card's fantastic. It just fixes so many problems with the deck. It lets you just get more names into your graveyard. It lets you get interruption on your opponent's turn in case you get stopped, because you can search yourself Twin Dragon on their turn.
Snake Eye would lose so many less games if it didn't need to run like 6 soft bricks. See, that's the thing. What if they just didn't make cards like that are super powerful, but like don't actually do anything on their own? They just are part of some random spreadsheet combo, right? Like a Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon does nothing on its own, but because you have other cards that search other cards and summon other cards that summon that card and then summon Flamberge, and then it does insane things, right? If we just stayed away from that design space, then no, Snake Eyes would not lose less games because they wouldn't have access to insane cards like that, but like only because other cards summon them out for free. You know what I mean? Like a Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon is just not a great design. And so if Snake Eyes did not have a Flamberge Dragon, it would not be a better deck. It'd be a worse deck, and that would be good for the game.
And then like you can just fusion summon into the Creation King, and then you're able to just like stop yourself from dying, and it's just like very good extender. But once again, you have to be playing for it to be good. But it's also like it's kind of a normal. It's it's kind of a starter too if you have like multiple memento names in hand already, but like you don't really want to play more than one. And then playing one memento of Mictlan, you just search this off the Creation King. This doesn't suck that bad to that much to open because like you can just use Creation King to send something else instead of another copy of itself. And there are times where it just helps just to be able to get like.
I mean, so this deck looks like what I would have expected from it. I think the only thing that I wasn't expecting was the one copy of Anguish. Everything else is the ratios that I would have intuitively picked as well without much testing of the new Momentum. But I agree with all those ratios with my limited knowledge of Memento. There's no traps. No. There's no traps. Definitely not. So I think this is solid, you know.
A free reborn, but once again, it doesn't do anything unless you're already playing. Right. So that's the list. It's 41 cards. And then into the extra deck, I'm playing 2 copies of the Creation King and 1 copy of Twin Dragon. The extra space in
Cranium Burst believers punching the wall right now. This is the Cranium Burst discussion I will never forget. Like that's insane. The fact that you ever put Cranium Burst in this deck.
This deck is very, very limited just because you have to fit in every single like Fiendsmith card. So you just can't really afford to play a third of this or a second of Twin Dragon. And then, you know, the other fusions I played Lacrima because I'm playing Fiendsmith cards, and I'm playing Air Leader because I'm playing Fiendsmith cards. And then I played Necrocrypt Princess and Beatrice. I'm going to put these together because they're just kind of part of the same package. So part of the reason why I played, I maxed out on Darkblade, and why I keep saying that it's perfect to start with it, is that a lot of people just think you just hit this deck when you use the effect of the horse, right? Mm-hmm. So your board would be Darkblade Engrave, Anguish on field, horse on field, right? Mm-hmm. So they imprint the horse, and then you can still combo from there by going closed Heaven into the Requiem. Then you go Requiem to summon Engraver from deck. You go Requiem to equip to the Engraver. You make the Necrocrypt, and then you use the Engraver's Graveyard effect, put back the Requiem or whatever, and then you make Beatrice. And then Beatrice sends...
There's no space in that extra deck. That's the thing in general with the Fiendsmith cards. I've said, like, when we were watching any WCQ, like the Fiendsmith engine feels like a very, very complete and almost perfect engine in the sense that it makes decks more consistent because you can access your plays with them via Beatrice or whatever line. It makes decks better into hand traps because you can push through them with extenders because the Fiendsmith can be starter or extender. You can turn any 2 bodies into the Fiendsmith package, so you can play better into hand traps even if you don't draw your Fiendsmith cards, right? And because of Desiree, you also have better end boards, like in general. Like you can make more powerful end boards. Plus, it even has a time win condition, right? So literally, it's one of the most like perfect engines that has ever existed. Like it does so much for decks, right? Like you can think of other engines and they're like, you know, they do this for a deck, but then they don't do that. The Fiendsmith engine feels like it does everything, right? The one thing, if there even is something that you can that's negative about this engine, is that how tight it makes your extra deck, right? That is the one thing that is holding this engine back from, I mean, it still is the best engine in the game right now, but the one thing that you can even say is not great about it is the fact that you have so little space in the extra deck if you play those cards. And that is also the reason why, for example, I decided to not play hand traps in my rogue deck. I decided to play board like evenlies and stuff like that, because I feel like if there is one thing you can beat Snake Eyes in now, it's the grind game because of their extra deck, right? Like because if you play hand traps, at least that was my idea, is if I play hand traps and I stop them from playing, they keep their entire extra deck intact, right? So they technically don't lose any grind game. So if they hand trap me back on the next turn and I can't finish the game, they still have all their plays available on the next turn. However, if you let them play and let them empty their extra deck, you know, and empty some of their one-of resources, like if the one-of Flamberge is in the graveyard for you to banish it, and so on and so forth, that's maybe one way you can outlast this new Snake Eye deck, right? because that is the one, and it's the only, in my opinion, the only negative about the Fiendsmith cards is that they are so like excessive in terms of their extra deck space usage. Right, that's the only negative you can even find about this engine, and also I think that was the thing that I wanted to tackle with my deck. Right, the games I won against Snake Eyes were usually because I let them play to a certain extent, and I banish super important 1-0s with like Cheng Ying, Chaos Angel, that sort of stuff. Right, I would get rid of very crucial things one by one and outgrind them that way. Right, that was the philosophy going into this weekend, because that was the only weakness I could find in the Snake Eye Fiendsmith deck, right? Or with the Fiendsmith deck in general, the Fiendsmith engine.
It's Memento Fusion from deck to grave, and then you banish the fusion, pop the Beatrice, you add another copy of fusion, and they can go active fusion, shove the 3 back, and you've already played through 1 hand trap without having to really do anything. And that caught a lot of people off guard. I think not a lot of people know that you should just be hitting Darkblade if they summon it. But if they start with Anguish, you should just be hitting the horse.
Right.
But a lot of people just got in their head that, oh, I need to hit the horse, don't hit anything else.
Any chance we can watch some WCQ topping profiles after? Actually, yeah, because I was on vacation. We didn't look at that at all. We can take a look at the spreadsheet and see if there's anything super interesting. Yeah.
So it worked out a lot, and I'm very happy I played this. It came up a lot.
Okay.
And then, the rest of the Fiendsmith cards, the 07, everyone knows what these do. And then, like I said before, with Aerial Eater for the combo, you need to play Cross Sheet for that. In all honesty, I actually didn't do this combo that much because you would just get hand trapped. But it does come up where you do the if you are uninterrupted, instead of making Appaloosa with this, you make Herald the Orange Mirage Lights with this and like Horse or Sheep. And in every one of my end boards, this is a vital piece, just because with the Fiendsmith cards, they're all like Fiends, right? So you can link both them off, like you can link off Sequence and the Engraver into Mirage.
See, here's another thing. This deck, it's just, isn't this just another quote-unquote verse Snake Eye? It's crazy what Snake Eye does to our perception of decks, right? But like, aren't we just trying to do, in a very, simplified way of looking at things, we're just trying to play 15 hand traps and we're just trying to do some 1-card comboing, right? But so Yubel is worse Snake Eyes and Memento is worse Yubel. But I guess there is, in my opinion, there is a point where this sort of playstyle is acceptable, right? It just depends on how powerful the deck is overall, right? Like, I think there is a merit for decks like this to exist, decks that are carried by non-engine and just play 1-card combos to do some stuff with. To an extent, I think it's fine, as long as it's just not, as long as it's not as broken as Snake Eyes, I guess. But I think it is, yeah. It's not the greatest design direction for me personally, because this all feels like Mathmech, right? You guys are making the right comparison. Like, I find it cool that people top with stuff that isn't Snake Eyes, but the more I'm looking at this deck and hearing the explanations and stuff like that, I'm like, yeah, this is just like the same concept, right? And I wasn't a fan of Mathmech in 2023 or 2022, so I also, yeah, I don't love this either, even though probably, I mean, it's probably more fun to play against than Snake Eyes still, but
Lights and then use Engraver, bring yourself back, overlay with Lacrima to make Caesar. Right. So like my end board is basically just these two and the big guy, with like Bone Party set and like a bunch of the like this Engrave.
See, is that a 1-card combo? Is it a 1-card combo to end on like Combined Creation, Wave King Caesar, Mirage Light, and stuff like that? Yes, yeah. I mean, that's all. I hate to say it, in my opinion, that's also too much.
Dragon Engrave and like a Bone Party set with the field spell.
We go over the combo?
This
Okay.
is part of pretty much every single end board, and it's kind of why this deck is so strong. Just because you're insulated from spell and trap interruption with this. You destroy Tempai just by having this on the field, and you destroy Tempai as well, and other stun decks just by having this, because this can just destroy all back row they have. And also Horn Dragon just destroys Floodgates. So like this deck just has like a very good matchup into like a wide field. Like it doesn't lose the decks like Runick, Storm, or Tempai. Like it just has a good matchup against those decks, like just naturally. And then the last two cards, SP and Appaloosa. Good cards. I don't think I actually made Appaloosa all that much.
Really?
Now that I think about it, because like the Appaloosa in this deck is just Caesar. So like I think you can actually think about maybe not playing Appaloosa entirely, but you know, if you're that brave, you know, feel free. And then for my tokens, we got Shouts to Frankie, Pom Pom Purin, he's my dual spirit, and then Japan for being Japan.
Right.
Japan's cool. Then side deck. Okay, look, don't judge me. I didn't have any Phantasmics going into this event, okay? And my friend had to lend me this gold one, and then I had to ask another friend for Phantasmics, and he didn't have matching ones, so I had to get a Collector's Rare and a Platinum Secret Rare. So don't judge me. I literally just don't own this card, okay?
Too late.
And then I played. Okay, once again, I only brought 2 Ghost Ogres with me, and my friend had to lend me his ulti one, okay? Like, just chill, okay? And then 3 Cosmics for like Runick Stun and like Tenpai and stuff, because I just didn't really have anything good going, like more cards going first against that deck, because you need to take out Nibiru and the Bestials against Tenpai, and I just needed 3 more cards against decks like that, like Stun, right? And my deck is already like kind of geared towards Snake Eye with the main deck. Like obviously these are also for Snake Eye and other combo decks, but it's only really for going second. I don't really like these when I'm going first. So yeah, Cosmic, and then I played Called By and Double Crossout. This is like, okay, so Shifter, I can't play when I get Shifter, okay? And like, sometimes you just get lucky and you draw this for Shifter. I didn't get Shifter a single time, so no wonder I can't, but
got shifted so much. Like at least 6 or 7 times in 12 rounds. It was annoying.
This card, once again, solid going first cards. I don't think I'd really ever put this in going second against anything. Okay. I've thought about sliding this in going second against Snake Eye just because you can get rid of like Promethean Princess, but
What decks were shiftering? I just played against I played 3 Tenpais and 1 Flu, and I got shifted a ton. Yeah, that like I got shifted. Like 1 Tenpai player in game 2, which I lost, shifted me 2 times in the same game because they like magnamooted their own shifter and then shifted me again. That was pretty cool.
And then 3 trap cards, 1 anti-spell, 1 Tikaboo, and Fractal Dance. If you've noticed, I'm not playing the other trap card entirely, the Cranium Burst. I think that card is bad. That card is do bad. That card doesn't do anything unless you've resolved your full combo, and your full combo is already like it's like 8 interruptions or something. You don't need 5 more, okay? And like since I'm also not playing IP, the Cranium Burst, like protecting the like things by battle, like doesn't really come up that much. And this just essentially just does the same thing because you can just like destroy cards. And cards is much better against decks like any back row based deck, like you know Runick Stun, Tenpai. Like this card's fantastic against Tenpai because if they go like Hydra Search Field Spell and they go like activate Field Spell, try to use the effect, you can chain Fractal Dance, destroy the Field Spell, and then destroy the Hydra because it destroys sequentially. It destroys 1 card and then destroys another card. So it just completely gets around Sang and Summoning. And its graveyard effect like sometimes comes up. It didn't come up this event, but sometimes like if you're in a weird situation where you have combined creation and literally nothing else, and you manage to get this into the graveyard, you can just ram.
I mean, I always thought this was the better trap between the 2, so I
combine creation to something. Use Fracture Dance to make all their monsters lose 1,000 attack, and then it's like you're playing Dino, I guess. That literally never happens, by the way. Like it's just like yeah. If you're ever doing that, like PM me, like because you're just lying. But yeah, that was my deck.
Maybe like if you one card combo or the more generic board you're working towards too.
So with just Darkblade, we go Darkblade into the.
This is what I mean. What we're about to see, by the way, is the reason why what I said earlier, like the 50% representation of Snake Eyes might not look, I mean, it's still very oppressive, but it might not look as oppressive as what people think. And I think that's because even rogue decks these days are capable of these kinds of things, right? Like the things that non-meta decks do at the moment is still pretty crazy, right? So the competition, I feel like, for the quote-unquote best deck in the format is also a lot tougher, I think. You know, like Snake Eyes is just the best deck out of all these options, which does not make all these other options terrible decks. Because look at what you can do with one Darkblade now if you incorporate like Fiendsmith cards into it, right? So this is what I meant like a week ago or something when we talked about Fiendsmith cards, or 2 weeks. And I said, like, yeah, technically these go into every deck. They make every deck a lot stronger, and probably too strong, right? Into a lot of decks. And this leaves room. You can still play these decks, right? Because they still do problematic things like this, right? It's just Snake Eyes is the one that benefits from it the most. But it's not the only one.
Anguish, and then you can go Anguish effect to get the horse. Let's flip around. You use the effect of the horse, destroying itself, and you dump sheep, mace, and goblin. Then you use the effect of witch to bring back mace, destroying itself. Use the effect of mace. Oh, so if you're this combo changes depending on what your hand is. It's not like it can be linear, but it can also like it can change up depending on what you're thinking about. If you want to play around bestials, it's like not a very good thing to do. But this is the standard combo. Right. So then you bring back mace, you use the effect of mace, you get fusion. You use the effect of, you activate fusion, you put back Darkblade, mace, and the horse into the deck. You summon Creation King. Then use the effect of Creation King, sending 3 memento cards from deck or extra to the graveyard, which one will be a Creation King in the extra deck, a copy of Gaddock from deck, and then a copy of like Combined Creation, I guess. Then you trigger the effect of the Gaddock in the graveyard to summon itself. Gaddock effect activates, getting back the sheep. Then you go effect of Creation King in the graveyard, banishing itself. You get Memento Miklan. You activate Memento Miklan. Then you have sheep in hand. You use the effect of sheep in hand, effect of fuse away these two, make the Twin Dragon. Use the effect of Twin Dragon, destroying the sheep. Then you add 2 memento monsters from deck to hand. So you add the Horned Dragon and Mace. You trigger sheep to send a memento from deck to grave. So this can just be like horse, whatever name you're missing. Then we can use the graveyard effect of Memento Fusion, banishing itself to destroy the Twin Dragon, and grabbing ourselves a copy of Bone Party. From here we go chilling 1 Memento Miklan to play on Ogre, I guess, and then chilling 2 Twin Dragon. Twin Dragon can bring back like Goblin, and then like it doesn't really matter, we bring back literally 2 of anything. Then you link those 2 off, you do the stupid like broken silly cards. You summon the other stupid silly card from your deck, you summon the old dragon guy, link those 2 off into the other stupid silly guy, and use the effect of the stupid silly guy, putting back some fiends, making another broken card, bringing back the other broken card, then you link the 2 broken cards off into like a mid card, and then you use the broken card to put back the other broken card, make another broken card, and then you put back 5 like okay-ish cards to summon like the conductor, I guess, bad conductor. And then this is essentially just the inboard from here. And now it doesn't look like a lot, like you said Bone Party.
Dude, it's a lot. It was 1 card. What do you mean it doesn't look like a lot?
The Mirage Lights is live for a spell trap negate, and whenever your opponent activates a card or effect, you can use the effect of Combined Creation to summon back Creation King from grave. From here on out, you can use the effect of Creation King, pop itself and one of your opponent's cards. Then you can trigger the effect of Memento Miklan, targeting the Creation King to summon something with lower level. So you bring back the Horned Dragon. Then, if they breathe, you activate the Bone Party. Bone Party destroys the Horned Dragon. So also, it depends on how you use your interrupts. If you use the like spell and trap negate early, you can use Bone Party to pop this, and then you grab Gaddock back from your deck. And then you can do Chainlink 1 Horned Dragon to destroy the Gaddock and 2 of their face-up cards, and then Chainlink 2 Gaddock to get back the mace. So now you have a Snatch Deal as well. Right. And then you obviously still have Caesar, and you have like infinite follow-up. So that's usually like my end board was.
See, like that's just what I mean. Like, just that's what I'm scared of, quote unquote. Like just hitting Snake Eyes I don't know if that's sufficient at this point in time. If that's what I want, you know, like I want them to hit Snake Eyes, and the memento cards are cool, but I just don't like I don't like one card doing all this. And it's not only about what they end on. It's not only about like, oh look, they end on this and this and this and this. It's also just like the way they get there is like it feels it feels like not much of a surprise that games go into time so much if it takes this long, you know? Like why is it 35? It's probably more than 35 steps, dude, to get this far. But
Basically just like these three, all, like every single game. And then if you open like
the future is one card stuff, it's time to accept it. In some ways I have accepted it. In other ways I still am gonna voice my criticisms on directions that I don't like. Like that is not something that I will not say, you know? Like I'm accepting it, but I still voice my concerns.
like an additional name, you get to end with the Creation King on board. And then like you reset the like Bone Party in the end phase. Earlier on the turn, when you send like a name off of Sleepy,
in general, I think like mindless hating on things is not helpful, but I think constructive criticism or like voicing your concerns on why you don't like certain things or certain directions is just a good thing, because it also shows that the community cares about this game, you know? Like we're like if a certain direction is not great for the community because they don't like it that way, then they should voice their concerns, you know? Like
post side, you just send like the trap card and you just reset that, and it's the exact same thing. So as you notice, we have an anguish here. So the send off Sleepy doesn't actually matter that much, whereas post side, it just means that you can just end on both of these. So that's even more interruption. So yeah, that's basically
That's it. Any last words?
Shout outs to Messi. It's me. I am Messi of Memento. And shout outs to WAF, all the people.
I am Messi of Memento. Okay. Well, I feel like that spot was up for takings. That spot was just up for grabs. I guess no one has claimed the Messi of Memento yet. Yeah, and here's Ritual Beast. Let's look at Herman's Ritual Beast deck that he made top 64 with.
Herman, top 64. You played Ritual Beast,
Yes,
right?
I played Ritual Beast.
Anything you want to say before you go to the list?
No, we can get to the list.
Okay.
We can do some shoutouts
Let's see.
after. So I'm not really gonna explain the standard ratios that people are playing, because I think that the people are interested in this probably knows this already. So it's just the good ones.
Right.
You have to play this because of Nibiru, and well, you need names to play. This is also standard.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did not main deck Stefan Pilka because I wanted to make the deck 40, and there was no way to fit it if you want to make it 40. So I did not play it in the main deck.
Okay.
One Steed.
Right.
I played all three of them. So this is why the deck works. Like if they didn't unban both Colossus and Protoss, I don't think the deck would be nearly as good as it was, or like would have been. So it makes your combo hands way better.
It's so random out of all things. Like they brought back Protoss and Colossus, and everyone was like, or at least I was like, I don't understand why they did that, but I don't see them being a problem at some point. And then like, or at least for now, and then Ritual Beast out of all things just comes out the corner and is like, dude, I'm gonna Protoss lock. Out of all the decks I was expecting to go ahead and Protoss lock people, it was not this one. It was not this one. Like I thought the Protoss decks would be like, you know, maybe Sword Soul, which I didn't really care about, or some random combo piles that have like that are super weak in general. And then it's just Ritual Beast out of all things, which just makes amazing use of these cards. And I'm almost here like, dude, revert, like go back on Protoss, like just accept the fact that was not a good idea.
Because it gets you like an extra.
On another note, I don't even know if Konami feels that way about it, Because hear me out, like the only reason, like, and this is the other thing about cards like Dimension Shifter as well, which I'm sure we're gonna see in this deck as well in a second. Like the only reason why we're not seeing like four Fiendsmith decks in top 4 of the EU WCQ is because they brought back Protoss and because Shifter is still at 3. Right? Because you think these rogue decks would be competing without those cards? I don't think so. Like, yeah, it's just I feel like that's their idea of why cards like Shifter aren't banned, is because they are the cards that give these decks a chance to even compete. You know? Which it sounds like a bad solution to me as well. I agree with you. I don't think that is a good solution. You know, oh, we're gonna make rogue decks good by giving them crazy auto win cards that can't be interacted with. No, that's not good. But I guess that's the path they chose with those cards for now, you know? Like, yeah.
Our body for free, because the Banshee also comes back. If you play game 1 and you don't know what your opponent's playing, it could be either Duel or Snake, then you go for the Colossus.
Right.
If you know what they're playing, you can go for specifically like with Protoss, but in general I think you go for Colossus, and going second you need this, because I'm playing board breakers. So if board break, you Shifter or Dark Ruler, you can just lock them out of the type afterwards. So you can make this under like ulti Gaia Pelio, so they can't respond to it. So it's like, it's pretty good.
Right.
Consistency cards, I think these are the overall best ones.
You got those nice
teleports. Also
teleports.
doubles up as a board breaker. So this could get engine, and it could also get into Evilly or Dark Ruler or Book of Eclipse.
Right.
So they're by far the best ones, and then I played 2 of the slightly worse one. This one could be the best one, but it requires a card from the hand to work. And I usually play some of them, but I played 2 because I wanted to make it 40. So I had to cut one of these, and this was the worst one.
Right.
Board breakers and whatever.
Board breaker.
Shifter, I drew it like 3 times the entire event in my opening hand, and I drew it twice for 6, but it was good when I drew it. So yeah. Eclipse is actually not that strong right now overall. But in specifically Ritual Beast, it can be used like as like a insane Call by the Grave type card, because you can contact fuse with face down monsters. So if your opponent nibs, like no matter where they nib, like well almost like
that's
no matter
cool.
what. So this always beats it.
Okay.
It also makes your Proto stuff resolve through Valor Impermanence. Like even if they Valor Banshee on summon, for example, you can still use Banshee and chain this, and because of how face down mechanics works, it will still resolve. So in this deck specifically, this card is insane. In other decks, it's probably pretty bad.
That's pretty nice. The Nibiru interaction is cool. Like they nib your board, you just Eclipse. They nib doesn't tribute face down monsters, and you just contact fuse with them. That's nice.
And then the best board breakers of the format.
Right.
Yeah, if you draw like a combination of 2 board breakers, you can usually just like usually win on the spot, because the Ritual Beast engine is actually pretty hard to interact with. Like Princess doesn't interact at all with your engine. For the most part, the Imperm Valor doesn't interact. Maybe
I wonder how many people Valored or Impermed Elder, because they thought you couldn't extra normal if you do that.
it can be difficult, but if they don't have anything, like they still have to have follow-up, right? So yeah, they're good. An issue with this format primarily is that if you don't play like 17 or 18 hand traps, they don't work at all.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to play cards that work the best with Shifter. And if you Shifter Snake, they end on IP, so all of your non-in has to beat IP pass. So
Right.
that's the reasoning. Extra deck. It's like pretty standard.
The guy who made finals said his top 8 opponent Valored Elder. Yeah.
It's 2 kind of hawk. You need
I mean, it is a legitimate advantage of like playing these sort of decks. It is something that you have to sometimes rely on, is that people will not play optimally against your deck, right? Like it's a very normal thing. Like I had people who would hand trap my my White Forest synchro monsters, not knowing that I could chain the tuners in the grave, or forgetting that I could chain the tuners in the grave to shuffle them back into the deck, for example, right? Like that sort of stuff. Like I went dude, I had one game where I summoned Diabel I summon Diabel. I use the effect to add back a spell trap, right? They Veiler it. I chain Diabel's other effect to summon a synchro tuner from the extra deck. They chain a second Veiler, and then I put it back into the extra deck with one of the White Forest graveyard effects. So it's just like deleted 2 Veilers from their hand. Like it's
One send with Pengu sometimes, and then you need the other one to actually play. And some combos, especially like from Pengu plus Elder, goes through both of these on turn 1. So yeah. Played one of these because of Run Pengu. I made this once to swing over. I think it was a Rindrum against Branded, so it came up, I guess. Ulti Gaipelio. I actually make this on turn 1 quite a lot because it protects my floodgates. And going
dude, it's an ulti guy, I tell you.
second, you also make it a lot because a lot of people like try to hold their hand traps for like core for like flag or Banshee or Protoss, so it just beats that. And yeah, it's cards was insane. I summoned it like probably 7 times. Like that's good. No one really expected people to actually summon it. And then 2 Noki Drago. You make 1 turn 1, and then sometimes you need a second for turn 2, and if you don't play it, you lose those game states, so I wanted to play 2. Links. So you have to play 2 of each, 2 of one of these and 1 of the other. I decided to play 2 of this and 1 of this, but it doesn't really matter. It came up once that I actually needed this to be the 2 off, and this didn't come up, so maybe it should be the opposite way around, but I still won the game, so yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. Generic stuff. I played Link Spider. There's some combo lines that you need to play this to beat Nibiru. And there's also some lines where, like, if you get Nibiru, you want this to be turn your normal monster into an effects monster.
Okay.
For like Appaloosa or Little Knights. Those are the only generic links I play. You don't need to play IP in this deck, I think, because even if all you're going is Little Knight, like it's still like enough interruptions, and it also makes your stuff safer. And then it's you play these 2 for flag, like the Nemesis stuff, and you play
Shadow of Malice and Voltorino, thank you for the subs, appreciate that.
this because if you get rolled sometimes, you need to play it, and it was good overall.
Okay.
Side. So I did not main hand traps, but I wanted some hand traps in the side for Gimmick Puppet and Temp.
Dominus Purge, okay. I guess this deck is... Are all the Ritual Beasts wind monsters? They are, right? It's all wind?
Side.
Oh, they got some lights? Okay. Which one's light? Oh, the new Lara is a light. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so it's dark, water, fire. Yeah, you don't care about that.
Tempai just kills you otherwise, so you need to play.
I guess you lock yourself out of... You lock yourself out of Little Knight, but that's it. That's fine.
Some of them. And while this card is not that good overall, these are like the best hand traps you can possibly
You lock
play.
yourself out of Ash? Okay, I'll tell you a trick, but don't tell anyone, right? If you open Purge plus Ash, use Ash first.
Into both Tempai and Gimmick Puppet.
But no Narc.
Because, yeah, well, Tempai can basically... It's basically Ash plus up against Tempai, so it's like good, right? So that's why I play those. And then I sided both of these.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
This probably seems weird, but going first, I almost always wanted to have the Sephron Pelican in my deck to increase the starter count. And going second against some decks, the Pelifin is really good. So, like against Duel and against Branded and probably other decks too, like this card is... I think it's necessary to side it.
Okay.
And then the fun part of the side deck. I only had space to play 1 macro, so it just happened to be this way.
It is what it is.
2 Fanta. Because of side patterns, the most I could side out going second is like 2 cards, or like the consistency gets all messed up. So 2 Fanta. It's better than Shami in this deck specifically, because it can draw into Shifter. And if you Shami and then draw Shifter, Shifter is dead.
Yeah, that's fair.
Didn't draw it at all. 1 Cowboy.
Okay.
Shout out Triff, apparently it's his signature. But Yeah, I did not sell it in.
Ah, okay. Would you make any changes to the build?
No, it was good.
Okay. Any last words? Any shoutouts?
Yeah, shout out to my family. Shout out to Andreas for lending me some of the cards. Shout out to people who lent me cards in general. Shout out to Vlad for the purchase. Yeah.
That's it.
All right. I mean, it's a relatively cookie cutter. I think it's a solid list though, like a solid 40 card list with a good approach. For with a very good approach, I think, for non-engine, right? You got 9 board breakers and shifter, which I think, like, I think it's the other thing, right? You can't play every deck as a hand trap deck, right? You can't do the necessary amount, right? He was definitely right about, like, there is a certain threshold that you need to hit, otherwise hand traps just won't do anything, right? Like if you're playing 6 or 9 hand traps, you might as well play 0. Like there's no point in doing that. So yeah, I kind of agree with that. Yeah, and unfortunately, I think that is it in terms of the decks that's really worth highlighting. Like there's a Labyrinth deck, but I think that's just the Equation Cannon build now, which is like the standard build for Labyrinth now. The Musketeer deck is not out yet from Dinkabui, so we can't take a look at that. And the rest is just Snake Eyes and Tenpais. I guess we can watch the winner deck profile. Why not? I think the winner deck profile actually had some spice in it. Let's do that real quick.
Bella a tutti ragazzi, benvenuti di nuovo sul canale Magin Player. Siamo oggi qui con
Esteban Re.
Cosa hai fatto oggi, Est?
Ho vinto il campionato europeo.
Are there translations? I mean, I can 3 Pydra.
3 Pydra. Qua c'è
3 Chandra.
Mono Genroku e 2 Fadra. Preferisco 2 Fadra piuttosto che 2 Genroku perché a volte se vuoi far partire primo posso fare pallina e pallina Genroku.
Okay, this explanation I actually can't translate. I don't know what he's saying on why it's 1 Genroku, 2 Fadras, but yeah.
Usando un Fadra e ne ho sempre uno nel mazzo, quindi in caso...
I feel like the standard is the other way around, yeah, so I don't know what he's, I don't know what the reasoning of this is. But...
C'ho sempre un TK facile nel mazzo. Gioco, entrap gioco 3 Puriglia, 3 Shifter e 3 Inferno.
Questa è l'unica
Perché
che
sono
gioco
9?
Allora io gioco 9 perché tanto Shifter alla fine è l'entro più forte che vuoi vedere, soprattutto contro Snake Eye. In un momento dove Snake Eye è
Quanti
più
ne
forte
hai
in assoluto.
Prefers 2 Fadra for when you go first to make seals with Genroku. But do you need 2 for that? Or is it just that, like, you need another one for the seals? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay.
E allora, queste qua ho voluto cercare di main perché comunque è un upstart, quasi sempre, c'è la spalla in stand by, non ti becchi talent e sei sicuro che diventa un upstart, quindi
mette molta pressione.
Mette anche pressione e soprattutto può diventare un photo of grid e in questo mazzo basta anche una carta in più per ribaltare il lavoro. L'Imperma invece perché giochi, ci sono la combo di barrier, cioè la combo che fa Snake Eye con Beatrice eccetera.
Questa basta fermare Beatrice con
serve più che Beatrice, la fai sul link 2 fine Schmidt e fai punti a non farli fare quella combo che alla fine ti ammazza.
il piano. Tra l'altro queste cose sono HT che non si beccano mai, talent che è una
e in più questa qua se peschi di sesta la puoi comunque usare, quindi è utile con il
Okay, so we're playing the hand traps that can't get talents because you do Shifter and Malcharmy in draw phase, and Imperm you can even use as card number 6. I see.
Poi le magie core sono 3 Kain e 3 Summoning.
Vabbè, questo standard, terraforming standard. E poi vabbè, carta consistente.
And Imperm because we're scared of the Beatrice combos. Yeah, I got that part.
Poi gioco 3 Prosperity per consistenza.
E poi il reparto divertente. La spicy.
E poi adesso parto quello Blow Breaker, che quello per me mi piace di più. Sono 3 buchi neri, 3 Rejeki, 3 Droplet, 2 Lannister e Spolverino.
This part is so funny to me because it's like I think it works. I mean, obviously it worked, but like I would be so scared of people just letting me go first with this list. Like there was actually it feels like Tenpai was so, I don't want to say overrepresented, but it was very well represented at this tournament, right? I played against 3 Tenpais, and so on and so forth, and I would just be so scared of them just letting me go first. And my hand is like, in the mirror match, this deck should not win when it gets sent first ever, right? Like, because you've got Dark Hole, Raigeki, Lightning Storm, Duster do nothing. Shifter does nothing. I mean, Shifter does something in the mirror match, but not much. And Molcharmy also is dead. So, like, you're literally... Like, don't you just get auto-cooked if you go first in the mirror match? But it made for some very fun moments on stream. I've seen some clips where, like, playing against Snake Eyes, and he goes like, I don't know, Lightning Storm your monsters, a bunch of them float, then Dark Hole or Raigeki all the remaining monsters, and then Duster the back row. Like...
Io giocando molte lane trap, molte volte 2 non bastavano e magari ne servivano 3 e dovevi dire 3 giuste per fermare i mazzi più forti. Questi qua bene o male, soprattutto Game 1, perché già Game 2 la gente non è stupida, si gioca intorno, ma Game 1 tu hai molte più chance di vincere Game 1, esatto. E quindi dopo Game 3 te la puoi giocare molto di più, quindi, e poi comunque non le decidi quasi mai tutte. Esatto. Questo è il main, 40, più imbattanti come il board break. Io non cambierei nulla del main, esatto. E vabbè, l'extra è molto basic sotto sincro, 2 Bident e Dajon, non ne giochiamo mono perché uno è follow up e 2 soprattutto contro Unicorno, tipo multi, visto che molti, comunque se poteva giocare Unicorno, se te lo facciamo fuori non riuscite a cappare, quindi a maggior ragione 2 non ho sentito la necessità di, cioè non va benissimo 2, vabbè, OTK facile con lui più Dice fortissimo, sia se vuoi giocare intorno a Ash per la rapida, sia Mirror Match è fortissimo. Samurai e Quibet, entrambi principalmente abbiamo pensato a Jubel. Uno te lo toglie molto più facilmente, l'altro invece più che altro se...
You can't see the subs, by the way? Wait, why not? I'm in the wrong scene. Oh, I know why. We're still in the NAWCQ watch party one where I used the enhancement technology, so it's not actually full screen. Okay. My bad. I mean, I feel like at this point we are just explaining things that I would expect in every single Tenpai extra deck, to be fair.
Sono entrambi forti sotto shifter. Esatto. La cosa più rilevante è che giochiamo shifter di main e questo ti permette di cappare sotto shifter e questo lo puoi fare contro Jubel sotto shifter.
Poi vabbè, Black Rose mai fatto, comunque un ball breaker ci sta, e anche Ruberoso non l'ho mai fatto, però può puntare a togliere la board e a bannare tutto se non riuscite a cappare, però preferisce non farlo se non riuscite a cappare. Reparto Link, gioco Striker, SP, Seal, piccola chimera pigra, Ita e...
To me, the most interesting part about Tenpai is what the strat is when you go first in the mirror match, like or in general what your side deck plan is for the mirror match. That is what I'm always wondering, because that's the thing that I never figured out because I never actually played Tenpai. But I've been thinking about it. Like, I've been like, what would you do if you were playing Tenpai and you would be going into the mirror match? Because like I've seen people play stuff like Winter Cherries or whatever, and I'm like, does that really work? That kind of stuff, right? So.
Principessa. Non gioco la combo Link OTK perché abbiamo provato e molte volte bastava un'interruzione su Principessa o Ita e non riuscite a farla. Era molto semplice farlo e poi dice ho inventato questo che sotto di barrier stai facendo due paper breaker, campo vuoto, tu con Chundra Paida con la combo classico TK, tu finisci con questo più Chundra e riesci a TK'are. E quindi abbiamo inventato questo SP più che altro perché se riusciamo a TK'are per fare palla più SP in rare case non ho mai fatto in realtà. Questo è l'extra, adesso arriva la side di 3 Ash. Principalmente magari se avevamo paura che soprattutto Ale aveva paura di Despia e aveva pensato Runick Avevo pensato di usare questa qua anche per, magari Diego tra l'altro ha detto magari forte anche la prima, magari togli il ball breaker se hai paura che ti mangino il primo.
E il Miro.
E anche il Miro, quindi più che altro non è per il top meta ma più che altro per quello che c'è di contorno top meta. Le suore, questa invece l'ho pensata io, principalmente perché non per togliere la combo sempre di barrier.
This was dude, this was in my opinion the craziest thing, the fact that you just like play Dogwood in this deck. But I guess the reasoning might actually not be for time, right? Like maybe the reason, because he's saying things like if you get debarriered, you can actually just survive another turn, right? Like that might be a reason, for example. Like if your opponent sets up a barrier with Beatrice, but you gain infinite life, so you don't die next turn, right? So you just live the extra turn. So maybe that's fine, right? You can also side deck it against something like Gimmick Puppet, right? Like Gimmick Puppet FTK just does not work under Dogwood, right? So that's the thing. I wonder if you're already playing Dogwood, do you also just side it in against Tenpai because in case they have prosperity, they can't kill you anymore, right? Or something like or Shifter. Like I did it. I sided Dogwood against Tenpai, and then I got Shifted, and then I Dogwooded, and then they couldn't kill me anymore because under Shifter it wasn't enough. So like. Maybe it has there are genuinely some decks in the format where this card has applications, like Gimmick Puppet or Tenpai. You know, can they kill through Dogwood even without shift? Yeah, without hypothetically, if there's a completely empty board and you just have Dogwood, you die against Tenpai because Trident Dragion comes out as a 3000 attack monster. You only gain 3000 life points from the Trident Dragion. But they pop the field spell and can attack 3 times. So that's 18,000 damage from a Trident Dragion that only gains you 3,000 life points. So yeah, you still die to Trident Dragon if you just have Dogwood.
Tu devi vedere sempre 2 PHT di sperare che l'avversario non abbia follow up o comunque extender. E con questa, cioè la combo ti arriva lo stesso, però almeno la spari. E vai multi life point, poi con un board breaker cerchi di forzare di barrier, passi, loro non ti riusciranno mai a TK'are e poi dopo riesci a cercare di TK'are tu. Altro motivo perché lo gioco è che alcuni ti fanno andare primo, se tu vedi anche solo questa, ovviamente sperando che l'avversario non abbia modo per cantararti tipo Colled, tu puoi fare passo e spararla anche in stand by. L'avversario non potrà mai TK'are tipo Snake Eye, in realtà i Miromet ti TK'ano, ma Snake Eye, Uber eccetera non ti TK'eranno. E quindi tu puoi anche fare passo tenendoti 4 carte in mano e cercando di TK'are il turno dopo con la quinta.
Okay, so he's also citing it in case people make him go first, right? So like you just don't die, right? And then you get your turn with the battle phase. Okay.
E quindi tipo...
That's good. There's more reasoning to this card than just time. Because I mean that I wouldn't agree with that because the Tenpai deck just is way too fast, right? Like the Tenpai games just typically don't go into time. So I was wondering why we were even playing that card in the first place, but yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Finale ho beccato Spiritual Beast e facendo la lock di Protoss con fuoco, io ho detto sparo questa, non mi ho potuto TK'are dopo, l'ho TK'ato io, quindi principalmente per questo motivo qua che lo gioco. Poi gioco Dunibiru, principalmente per i Floodgate, per i mazzi Rogue, quelli che scombano tanto e magari tipo Ritual Beast che ho beccato oggi. E poi contro Snake quando vai primo può essere. Molta gente magari pensa che tu giochi full ball breaker, non ce l'hai, sai, non ci giochi intorno. Non è capitato, però poteva essere. E poi dopo gioco Koki, che è forte precisamente contro Jubel, in realtà perché se tu non riesci a TK'are con Jubel, punti a fare pallina che evoca questo, lo locchi e tu non dopo lo TK'are ancora. Poi Esatto. Magie gioco queste, principalmente Cosmi perché contro Snake Eye ti posso dare skill drain e anti-spell e principalmente Diego ha paura che l'Anistorm e Spolverino fossero, cioè se ti mandano primo quelle case sono morte, almeno questa qua fa la stessa cosa più o meno, se toglie spell trap ma almeno puoi sparare anche da prima.
Okay, so we're siding if we win a game, we side out Duster and Lightning Storm because they might be completely dead if we get sent first. So we side in Cosmic, which is fine going first and second. Okay, I get that.
E poi è una cosa in più da
Like
usare proprio.
Tenpai, unironically, the gameplay itself involving Tenpai is for the most part relatively simple. I think a lot of the dynamics that it brings though are somewhat interesting, right? Like side deck construction and do you go first or second? Like it plays with a lot of aspects of Yu-Gi-Oh that normally are just a given, right? Like I lose game, I will go first next game. You know, so on and so forth. Like the fact that Tenpai breaks with all those like dynamics, I think is interesting sometimes because people come up with some interesting strategies around it. Even though the OTK itself is very obviously very straightforward.
Per avere auto rispetto troppo. E infine gioco trappole. Allora, River principalmente ho contro Snake Eye e l'idea era principalmente, oltre che è fortissima di default, se ti fa una combo di barrier hai una carta che almeno la spari in stand-by e li togli la board e tutti si beccano di barrier, però
I think it's good we have a deck that makes you think about these things. I honestly, if there's one deck at the moment that I don't hate playing against, unironically, it's usually Tenpai. The only thing that really annoys me about Tenpai is Shifter. Like, I don't actually find Tenpai that oppressive even when they win the roll and let me go first or whatever. Like, I don't actually like hate playing against Tenpai, you know? Like the deck is powerful and sometimes you lose to it, but I feel like I don't hate Tenpai. I don't know. I really don't hate Tenpai. I hate Shifter, but I don't hate Tenpai.
Passano comunque non scono notarle, quindi semplicemente per quello.
C'ho più carte in combinazione.
Queste qua le abbiamo scelte all'ultimo momento tutti insieme.
Esatto.
E principalmente perché Bisa ha detto Mirror Match abbiamo un cazzo, Mirror Match abbiamo un cazzo, e effettivamente non aveva veramente nulla, se non qualche Ash e su ora si fa un Prosperity. Allora ci abbiamo pensato a Judgment e vi dirò, questo ha funzionato, mi ha fatto vincere sia il Mirror sia
I think people underestimate how often people lose to Tenpai because they mismanage their interruptions rather than actually just outright not like being able to interrupt them, right? Like there's a difference between I got OTK'd by Tenpai because I wasn't careful enough, or I mismanaged my interrupts, or I lost a Tenpai because I couldn't do anything, right? Because if you look at modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks, most of the time you just like you have ways to interrupt Sangan summoning, you know. Obviously there are some games that are non-games, right? Like sometimes they open, yeah, Dark Hole, Raigeki, Lightning Storm, Sangan summoning, okay. But like there's equivalence to this kind of stuff in every deck, right? Like it's not like that can't happen when you play against Snake Eyes, right? They can draw Imperm, Veiler, Ash, Snake Eye Ash, you know, that stuff happens, right? Sometimes some Yu-Gi-Oh games are not interesting Yu-Gi-Oh games, you know, sometimes your opponent just has all the answers. That can always happen. That can happen in 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh, that can happen in 2015 Yu-Gi-Oh, that can happen in 2005 Yu-Gi-Oh. That is always a thing when you're playing a card game. Sometimes there are games that you can tell very quickly you are not meant to win, right? And I don't think Tenpai is like especially bad for this or whatever. Like I think this is something that happens in every game. I don't love playing Tenpai myself, but I don't hate playing against Tenpai. Like I think it's fine.
Runick è stata una carta veramente performante, tra l'altro ho fatto anche delle giocate pazze pensando di andare primo, mi hanno fatto andare secondo, l'ho pescato e mi hanno fatto vincere lo stesso la partita perché ho fatto magari su di barrier oppure su l'auto river, quindi me la sono tankata così. Questa è la lista, le combo sono basiche, non c'è nulla da spiegare, Wall Breaker cerchi di togliere la.
It's an interesting list because I was not expecting the Dark Holes and Raigekis, honestly. That would have been pretty good against my deck too. Because if, like I said, against like standard hand trap Tenpai, I think my matchup would have been really good. I don't know how good it would have been against this one, but yeah. And that's Euros, honestly. I don't really know what else to say about this format because I feel like Euros was not like a huge revelation or anything like that. It was kind of like the same as any WCQ. I don't feel, and this is, I feel like, I guess the one takeaway that I find annoying about this format is that it feels very solved very fast, simply because it was very obvious Snake Eye Fiendsmith was going to dominate. It was very obvious what the other options would be, right? It was very obvious you can play Tenpai, you can play Yubel, you can play some shifter decks. And so that's what people did, right? That's what performed for the most part. You know, you can play some other rogue decks with hand traps like Memento. And it's just like, it doesn't feel like the Snake Eye Fiendsmith deck is something that appears solvable. You know, it's not like someone just came up with a great solution to the Snake Eye Fiendsmith matchup, because that deck is just way too complete as a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, right? Like it's just way too complete in terms of like powerful combos off of one card, insane amount of extenders, insane amount of room for non-engine, insane end board. There's nothing to be done about this. Like this format, I think this format could, in theory, if this is not like a Edison format situation where if you go back and revisit this format, you can find a whole lot of stuff that was theoretically playable. I don't think it's true. I think if Snake Eyes, like if you play this format for 2 years straight, I don't think you come up with great solutions, because they're simply, I don't personally think there is an insane solution to this format, because Snake Eyes is just way too well-rounded of a deck, you know? So I think at this point, the EU WCQ was not worse than expected. It also wasn't better than expected. It was pretty much just as everyone expected it to be, which was very dominated by the Fiendsmith engine. And yeah, it's I hope the August ban list does good things to this format. Let's leave it at that. I still had a good time at Euros. I think that's the one positive takeaway, I suppose, is the fact that you can still have a good time at tournaments, even if the format is not, you know, I was able to perform with the deck that I enjoyed. I met a lot of people that I enjoyed hanging out with. I played a lot of retro Yu-Gi-Oh as well that I enjoyed a lot. So overall, the European Championship this year was still a very, very positive experience for me. Even if the format is not great, right? So I think that's the one thing, is that there's always fun to be had in Yu-Gi-Oh. There's just some formats are better than others, and this is one of the weaker ones in my opinion, but it'll be over soon. Copium. Yeah. So I guess in terms of what's next for me personally, in terms of content for the channel and all that kind of stuff, we're definitely going to be continuing doing both TCG and Master Duel content. I'm excited to take some time to experiment with some more rogue decks in the TCG, because you will not catch me playing Snake Eye forms. Like that's not gonna happen. There are other things I wanna play around with, you know, like I wanna learn some other rogue decks. I've been wanting to make the new Magic Colloidal Sol card work in Paleos, for example, in the TCG. That's definitely something I'm gonna toy around with. Ice Barrier Runick was another deck I wanted to play, but I also want to try some non-Runick decks, and so on and so forth. So I think that's what I'm going to spend the time until the August ban list with, you know, like I'm just going to play decks that I enjoy. We're going to be having some remote duels with that stuff. Yes, absolutely. You know, where I'm going to challenge some people and see if I can do well with those decks. But then also, obviously, we have the Master Duel World Championships coming up, right? Which is happening in early September. I think 8th and 9th of September is the World Championships in Seattle, which that was obviously one of the other reasons why I felt more inclined to play a Runick deck at Euros, is because I was already qualified for the Master Duel World Championships, right? I told you beforehand, if I wasn't qualified, I would probably just be playing Snake Eyes, but because I was qualified, I felt okay going into the event with a different deck. But obviously Snake Eyes, I think, gave you the best chances of qualifying for the World Championships. So Master Duel Worlds is next. So my August is going to be packed with Worlds preparation, obviously, and so we're also going to spend the time on stream with Master Duel prep as well. I just wanted to say that we are not going to exclusively do Master Duel in August. We are still going to do TCG. There's still stuff that I'm excited for to try from the Infinite Forbidden that I haven't tried yet. Even stuff from Battles of Legends, like the Ice Barrier cards and stuff, are things that we are still going to do throughout August. And we're simply going to do, I think, we're going to try to do a healthy mix between TCG and Master Duel. That being said, let us hop into some things that I missed during the last week where I was not streaming, because we have had obviously a bunch of announcements. For some of these, I have already posted my initial reaction on Twitter. So in case you were following there, you already know. So we're not going to blind react to most of these things, which means we can do a little bit of a faster rundown of these now. But still, I think it is worth talking about, which are new support cards. Rage of the Abyss is now out in the OCG, the new set. And we already have a tournament report with the new cards. So we are going to take a look at that in a moment to get an idea of what impact this set is going to have. But first and foremost, some of the interesting cards that still came out. Centurion has gotten a pretty strong wave of support in this set, and we'll talk about those now. We have a Centurion Simelia, which is a level 4 Dark Pyro, so another bonfire target for the deck. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. When your opponent activates a monster effect as Chainlink 2 or higher, quick effect, you can make that effect become your opponent places a Centurion monster from their face-up field or graveyard face-up in their spell trap zone as a continuous trap. Also, you cannot special summon Centurion Simelia for the rest of the turn. During the main phase, if this card is a continuous trap, you can special summon it. This card is the weaker out of the two. We will talk about the level 8 synchro in a bit. But even as the weaker of the two, I think this card still has some merit to it and is a good card. Because if you already have combo, you can play this as like a one-of option for like your Emblema Oath or your Bonfire to potentially outplay certain hand traps, right? But you would only play this in pure Centurion. But let's say you have, I don't know, let's say you have a normal summon of Primera and you already have a Emblema Oath in your hand. You could hypothetically go Emblema Oath, put this in your spell and trap zone, summon it out, normal summon Primera, activate effect. If your opponent wants to Veiler it, you can chain this. You can also just keep the Emblema Oath as an extender in your hand though. So I think this card is not as crazy. Like this card is just okay. Especially because it also does not beat Nibiru, which is a good thing, by the way. I like the fact that they don't make this card super broken because obviously its main purpose is to interact with hand traps. And I think that is not the best design direction, is to give decks crazy combos and then also make them immune into hand traps. So this card being only okay is a good thing. This next card though is crazy. This level 8 synchro over here. Centurion Primera Primus. Level 8 Light Spellcaster Synchro Tuner. Generic. You can only use the first and third effect once per turn. If this card is synchro summoned, you can add an Emblema card from your deck or graveyard to your hand. Then you can destroy one card you control and a card your opponent controls. This first effect alone is incredible because it makes Emblema cards searchable now. Especially Emblema Oath, which means that it also makes Centurion Atri a lot better from Infinite Forbidden. Thank you for the 27, Farfa. Hope you had a good trip home. This card's crazy because searching Emblema makes Atri so much better. You can now full combo and get draws during it with Atri. The fact that it's generic is also crazy, right? Like, you can now, any deck that can make level 8 synchros can now go into Emblema Oath into Centurion combos. Very powerful. So really, really good. This special summon card cannot be destroyed by battle unless it was summoned from the extra deck. If a face-up Centurion card leaves the field by an opponent's card effect, you could special summon this card from the graveyard. The second and third effect on this card are just bonuses, but they are good bonuses. So nice to have, right? But the main selling point, obviously, is just the first effect, right? Like the fact that you can just go level 8 Synchro, grab Emblema Oath, set up Emblema card in the graveyard for Atri, and even make it splashable in every other deck that can summon level 8 Synchros. Really, really powerful. Like, this is a really, really good card. I don't know if they are playing Centurion yet in the OCG. I have, like I said, I have a report to look at in a moment. I can imagine that even with this support, it still does not outshine the power level of Snake Eye and Yubel at the moment in the OCG. But this is really good, right? Isn't Oath a quick play? If this sets it, you wouldn't be able to use it? Well, good thing that it doesn't set it, but add it from your deck to your hand. Yeah, so this synchro is really powerful for Centurion. I believe this card is not that great, but I forgot what it did. Level 5 water spellcaster. Oh, this is just the water version of the channelers. Yeah, okay, that's nothing crazy to get excited about. I mean, they're not unplayable cards, these channelers, but also nothing. I mean, it was to be expected, right? That like you would get them at some point. This card, and any water monster, add a water from your deck to your hand with a level equal to or higher. Cannot activate non-waters for the rest of the turn. When your water monster is destroyed by battle, you can spare summon this card from your hand. It's okay. I guess water is a specifically good archetype for this because the Atlanteans trigger when you discard them for cost, right? So like you pitch Dragoons or something for this. It's pretty nice. So yeah, probably good. And then we have some others. Transient Titan of Tartarus. Level 9 Earth zombie effect monster. You can only use the first or second effect of this card's name per turn and only once that turn. If this card is sent from the deck to the graveyard, send as many cards you control as possible to the grave, and if you do, special summon this card, then send cards your opponent controls to the grave up to the number of cards sent to the grave by this effect. Neither player can activate monster effects in response to this effect's activation. When I read this for the first time, I felt like this was somewhat interesting of a like tech card, because it's kind of like a board breaker that your opponent cannot negate with monster effects. So you just like send a bunch of your cards to the graveyard, and then you send your opponent's stuff to the grave as well. The question is just, how do you get to send this card to the graveyard, right? Like, what's an easy way to get this into the grave? Havness? Dude, if you Havness mill this, it's crazy. If you Havness mill this, is insane, right? But like, you only get to send... you don't send that much because you only send your Havness, but yeah. If this card is sent to the grave except from the deck, you can send one card from your hand to the graveyard to send one card on the field to the graveyard. So that's also not bad, right? Like, if you discard this card for something, you can send another card to send a card on the field to the grave, non-targeting, both effects. It's not an awful card. It just feels like maybe a little too much work and a little too inconsistent to make it work. But I would say for a pack filler and last minute announcement kind of card, it's definitely more interesting than other stuff in the past. But yeah. Perfect Lander, level 2 Earth Beast Flip. If this card is sent from hand or deck to the grave, special summon it in face down defense position. If a monster is sent from the hand and or deck to the grave while you control this monster that was flipped face up, target one of them, special summon it in face down defense position. If this card is sent from hand, special summon it face down. If a monster is sent from hand or deck. This is just pack filler, right? Because it summons itself face down, so you gotta do some work to get it face up. This is not great. We got Newbie. The wannabe cards are getting an archetype, suppose. You can only special summon with the first effect once per turn. You can only use the second effect once per turn. If you have a monster with 0 attack and defense in your grave, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned from the hand, you can apply these effects in sequence. Add a light insect from your grave to your hand, except Newbie. Place 1 trap from your grave or banishment on the top or bottom of the deck. So this card is like specifically good if you start with Wannabe, right? Because then you can special this and add the Wannabe back to your hand. I don't know if there's other great synergies with light insects. I'll just say, as long as there is only Wannabe and Newbie, I don't think it's a playable combination, because like if you don't have Wannabe, this card is not good, right? Because you can special summon it, but then like I don't know. It's yeah. It's a good card to call with Crossout to BM. Oh, you're gonna call your opponent a Newbie in Master Duel because you select it with Crossout? Okay, cool. I mean, if that's the best use of the card you can think of, then I guess we can move on to the next. This next card is not good, but it is very cool in my opinion, because it is Ruby Sapphirus, the Jewel of Maximum Moes. Rank 9 Earth Rock Xyz monster, and it gains effects based on the attributes along its materials. When it has fire materials, it has the effect of when this declares an attack on a monster with higher attack, you can make this card's attack become doubled. Water, once per opponent's turn, quick effect, you can target a card you control, negate any card or effect your opponent activates this turn that targets that card. If this card would be destroyed, you can detach one material from it instead. So I like the flavor here, because it's like, you know, with the artwork and stuff, it's like a water-fire combination type card. We've seen a spell recently that was like similar to this. It's a terrible card because both of these effects are not really worth it. But I think it's cool. It looks cool. It's got some cool flavor to it, but I don't think it's a good card, right? So Token Alliance, if I remember, this card was also not great. Yeah, this card is complete pack filler, unfortunately. And then we have Slapdash Summer Schoolwork Success, which is a new win condition. Activate this card by placing 5 success counters on it. If a monster is special summoned from the extra deck and or a card is sent from the deck to the graveyard by a spell trap effect, remove 1 success counter from this card. Then, if there are no success counters on it, destroy it, and if you do, gain 4,000 life points, then set 1 Schoolwork Success trap from your deck or graveyard. Then, if you have 1 or less cards in your deck, you win the duel. So, a super convoluted win condition. Because you basically have to play the game all the way until you have no more cards in your deck. And then the problem is also the success counters. Like it's not optional to destroy this card. So basically the condition is impossible. So it's mostly like a meme funny card, you know? But you still want to, whenever they release a meme funny card, you still want to read it and make sure it's not actually good. Because remember what happened with the last Equation Cannon, right? I'm sure they thought like, oh, we're going to make another meme card here. And then suddenly it was good. This one, I don't think is actually good. This one is not good. But yeah. So that's the missing cards from Infinite Forbidden, which I didn't react to yet because they came out during last week. So Infinite Forbidden is now out in the OCG, and I want to take a moment to look at the situation after the Infinite Forbidden has released. So Road to the King has the Area Championship in Osaka, Japan, held on 27th of July, and this includes not the Infinite Forbidden, Rage of the Abyss. I said Infinite Forbidden. Yeah, my bad. Obviously, Rage of the Abyss. This happened this past weekend, and these are the results. And we're going to take a look at some of the deck lists in a moment. It was a team tournament, 3v3. The team that won had Ice Barrier Atlantean, Memento, and Azamina Sinful Spoils Snake Eye Fire King. These Azamina, these Snake Eye deck names remind me a lot of what happened to tier limits. Because the what happened with tier last year in the OCG was just the deck never died. It just the deck name just got longer, right? Because at some point it was like I don't even remember what it all had. Like it was like Ishizu, Horus, Bestial, the Destiny Hero, tier limit, whatever. I don't remember. Sprite in there as well, like all that stuff, you know. And so that's happening with the Snake Eye cards now, apparently. Oh yeah, Cash tier, Horus, Adventure, Ishizu tier, yeah, that kind of stuff, right? So this reminded me of that. We got more Fiendsmith, Azamina, Snake Eye. Oh, this one doesn't even have Fiendsmith in the name. Okay. Tenpai Dragon, Tenpai Dragon, Tenpai Dragon, Tenpai Dragon, Tenpai Dragon, Tenpai Dragon. Tenpai Dragon with one Sangan summoning goes kind of crazy still. Obviously, the new Mol Charmy card is by far the best in Tenpai, so there's that. We got a Lonely Voiceless Voice Warrior here. We got a Fluanderies Maniac. We got Tenpai, Yubel. It's kind of crazy how Yubel is just nowhere here. There's one. And that's even paired with Chimera. They haven't gotten a Forbidden and Limited List update that I'm forgetting about, right? What was the most recent one for the OCG? Yeah, it still is the one Snake Eye Ash 2 Bonfire. Like it was before this list. Let me double check, but I think before this list it was more Yubel than Snake Eye usually, right? OCG Metagame Report. Oh, it was almost the same amount, right? Snake Eye and Yubel almost the same amount. And then Tenpai, right? And so from these new numbers, you would think like, okay, Tenpai is now the most represented actually, I think, here. And then Snake Eyes, and then Yubel. So it's kind of flipped the script on its head almost. But okay. We have an Ice Barrier Atlantean list here that won the tournament as one of the team of 3. Using a lot of the new Atlantean cards, obviously. I think, is this the new Dominus Trap? Probably, right? So the new Dominus Trap does not lock you out of water, apparently. I heard that there's... So Fuvaros here is in the side deck. Fuvaros is a side deck card here in this deck. There's... I think some people are maining it, but I think the majority of people are actually not. So here's a... It is the only Atlantean deck before you go crazy about the Atlantean cards. I know the Atlantean cards have experienced some kind of hype, but it's the only one that performed in this tournament, so take it with a grain of salt. Also, people on Card Market probably think I'm a freaking psychic now because I bought a Mermail deck for Meadowlands format like a month ago or something with like Abyss Trite and all that kind of stuff. And so people now think I'm a psychic who predicts the future, but that's besides the point. Yeah, Mermail is at least playable. Memento is also doing well here, which honestly is surprising to me because I'm looking at this and I'm like, dude, what is this 44 card deck? 12 hand traps? Like, how does that compete? They do play the new Goblin Biker spell, which I think is like an emergency teleport for the Goblin. But still, I don't know how this deck is better than Snake Eyes or whatever still. But it's, I mean, it's not doesn't necessarily mean it's better. It just means it can compete. Like the same situation that happened at Euros, basically, right? So that's all right. Also, another Fuvaros in the side deck, not in the main deck. And then this is the new tier limit. Basically, we're just splashing all kinds of Fire Engine into one deck. Like there's literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 3-ofs in this deck, and 4 of them are hand traps. Like out of the main engine, there is a single 3 of, and that's Dia Bellstar. Everything else is just 1 or 2 copies. Like the OCG, this is like the OCG special, right? Like they, instead of hitting the decks properly, they just put everything at 1 or 2. And so guess what? People will not stop playing these decks. They will just keep playing it. So the OCG is held hostage in another tier limit situation where the deck was like the same, like top meta contender for 1.5 years. They just changed the round ratios a little bit and played like more and more and more different engines. So now this is Azamina, Sinful Spoils, Snake Eye, Fire King, and the only in-engine 3 of in the entire deck is Dia Bellstar. So literally limit 1 festival IRL. So crazy, insane. Fuvaros in the side deck though. Here we got the first Fuvaros in the main deck. In Fiendsmith, Azamina, Snake Eyes, right? You got a more Azamina oriented and Fiendsmith combo oriented version of the deck. Still looks incredibly powerful and rough to deal with. But still obviously is using the Snake Eye package with 1 Wanted, 1 Snake Eye Ash, like obviously. So literally seeing these things, it just it has to be Flamberge. It has to be Flamberge. I'm telling you, like it needs to be Flamberge Dragon or Poplar. Or Poplar. It's Flamberge or Poplar. I don't even think OSS is it. Like I said in my most recent ban list discussion, which is a couple weeks ago at this point, I said I would be okay with OSS. I don't think that's true. I don't think it's OSS. Like maybe ban OSS and something else, but I think at this point, dude, Flamberge, Poplar, and OSS, ban them all. I don't care. Ban them all, dude. Ban Snake Eye Birch. I don't care. All of it. But yeah. Fiendsmith, Azamina, Snake Eye. Also main deck Fuvaros. I'm trying to think if there's something else worth pointing out. It seems like the engraver package has turned into you only play 2 engravers and 1 of the new one. Okay. They don't play the Link 3, which that makes sense. The Link 3 did not seem like a good card. What is this? What are these 2 fusions? They don't play Desiree. Oh, that's Azamina fusions, right? Right, that's Azamina now. The extra deck is even tighter now, it feels like. This is the best counter argument for the people that say increase the extra deck space. Like if the extra deck space was like 20 right now, I think there would literally be 0 chance of ever defeating the Snake Eye deck. Like, or like the amount of stuff that these decks could do with more extra deck slots is insane. Like if anything, it should go the other direction, unironically. Here we got Tenpai, obviously making use of the new Molcharmi card. That makes perfect sense in the main deck here. And I think we're going to see a lot of Tenpais that look almost the exact same way. Oh, this one uses the new Dominus card as well. That's also powerful because it does not lock you out of fire. This one as well. This is like the exact same list, I think. Yeah. I mean, they were on the same team, so it makes sense. More Tenpai. More Tenpai. More Tenpai. Dude, all these decks are the same list. Like, there's maybe 1 card different or something. We got Voiceless. I don't know how this happened. But it can play Dominus Purge. I don't know how this happened either. But there's a Flu. More Tenpai. More Tenpai. The only Yubel. So apparently Yubel has, like, I mean, I guess it is, there's the reason why Snake Eye and Yubel were on similar levels is because they had already hit Snake Eye relatively, not hard, but like they have reduced Snake Eye's consistency to the point where Yubel and Snake Eye were at a similar power level. But Rage of the Abyss, like Rage of the Abyss simply released nothing for Yubel, right? I don't think there is a single, outside of the Fiendsmith package, which every deck gets the new Fiendsmith cards, right? That's not exclusive to Yubel. But like there's nothing in here outside of the new Fiendsmith cards that benefits Yubel, right? Like Yubel got nothing out of the new set. Whereas like all the Snake Eye decks got even more support with the Azamina cards, right? So it makes sense that Yubel falls off a little bit here because it's gotten less support compared to the other decks, right? Yeah. We've got Fiendsmith, Snake Eyes without Azamina is also still playable. So this is basically the TCG. This is our TCG deck, right? This is what our format is gonna look like if they only put like Wanted and Snake Eye Ash to 1, right? This is what we play, right? And so this is exactly why I'm saying we need actual bans, because no one wants to play this format, right? Like no one wants this next format. Something needs to get banned. But I feel like we've reiterated over that enough at this point. Mikanko, insane. You're so dead. More Tenpai, more Memento. That's crazy. Rescue Ace. Okay. Yeah, I've said in the past I don't agree with the OCG's ban list philosophy, and I think it shows here why, because there's just very little actual change over the last couple ban lists and set releases and so on and so forth. But it's still interesting to observe the fact that the Fuvaros card is not an auto include in every single main deck. I guess one possible reasoning for it is that they still have Max C. So I would think in the TCG there's a much higher chance that people start main decking this card immediately, but we will see about that in a couple months when we get it. We will find out. But yeah, I mean OCG is going to be in Snake Eye Hell for forever, I suppose, or like at least another year or something if they keep doing like, I mean, next ban list, what do you think? What are we thinking? Like Limit Poplar, maybe? Limit Black Witch or something? Post your guesses now. I don't know, but yeah. Okay, so we are going to take a look at Master Duel news soon. Like there's been a bunch of things to talk about, but I have food right now. So it's reaction Andy time. And there was one MBT video that I really wanted to see, which was, let me see. It was this one. Former Yu-Gi-Oh designer rates new Yu-Gi-Oh cards. That I think the guest on this is Matt Bell, which is a really interesting. This is interesting to me. I wonder what cards he's showing them, and I wonder what Matt Bell thinks about him. I didn't even know Matt Bell, like until recently. I didn't even know or realize that Matt Bell wasn't part of Konami anymore. I think maybe I've heard it at some point, but I forgot about it. But yeah, this seems like a fun little thing to spend the lunch break with. So let's go ahead and do that.
Chat, if you're unfamiliar, this is the one, the only Matt Bell. We've done a couple things together, I suppose, just like hopping on to talk about stuff. Former Yu-Gi-Oh based individual, now freed from the shackles of designing cards in this game. Your last product was the Battle City box?
Yes. So if people in the audience want to know what my background was, I was the product manager for Konami Europe. So my job was kind of like a mix of Kevin Tour, Jerome, and somebody else. I was responsible for talking to the manufacturers, working on game design. I worked on...
It's very quiet. Okay.
FNL lists. I worked on World Premiere cards. I basically worked on about 200 products, I think, during my 9.5-year stint when I was working with Konami, and it was a great experience, honestly, because I grew up, I loved Yu-Gi-Oh. Saw that first episode on TV, and I was like, oh my god, yeah, this is the best thing ever. Really got into the game, and I got
oh my god, yes,
to go through the program and eventually start working on a game that was so important to me when I was growing up. And it's changed a lot since then. I won't lie, there was a time when setting T-set was considered a tournament level play that you should be making, to where things are now. For me, Yu-Gi-Oh, the designs that I kind of worked on, I was very much about the fantasy of playing a particular strategy. So if you're playing like a Dark Magician deck, it was important that it felt like you were playing a Dark Magician deck. And these were the kind of things that I worked on, like Dream Mirrors. The inspiration for that was good. From Silent Hill, if you saw the movie, it was like the bathroom suddenly rots away into the darkness of what Silent Hill was. And it was kind of like the idea of, can you do this with like a Yu-Gi-Oh theme? Like, can you
oh, I thought the theme of Dreamer was just to be veg. No? Like tunes to fall asleep to or something?
have this series of monsters that almost like shift into nightmares. So that
dude, he must love oh no, I am thinking of Nemleria. You're right. I'm not thinking of Dreamer. That's I meant Nemleria. Yeah. My bad. He would have loved Mimighoul, I think, if he's, because what he's saying is like he puts a lot of emphasis on like the feeling of how it feels to play a deck and like what kind of idea you're portraying, right? And I do think that is a very cool philosophy, and I also do think that is unfortunately why a lot of TCG exclusive archetypes don't turn out to be super competitive, is because the TCG team tries to design cool cards, whereas the OCG team often just tries to design broken cards. And I feel like you can tell that difference in design if you put like, just put the Mimighoul cards next to the Fiendsmith cards and ask yourself the question of where the differences are, you know?
That's the kind of stuff that got me really excited when working on cards. But yeah, that's a quick introduction to what I've done for like the 9.5 years that I was there. And then I went on to work in video games, and now I've opened my own design studio, and I'm working on my first game that I want to kickstart later this year.
Yeah, before we get into any of the specifics of the stuff you just said, do you want to talk a little bit about that studio and what you're working on?
Yeah, of course. So I opened Matorga Studios, which was actually a nickname I got from my colleagues because of all of the stuff that I was doing on the Noble Knights theme. Mm-hmm. But the game I'm working on is called Robot Raiders. It is a 1 to 4 player game where one player takes on the role of the
okay, we're doing a little plug of what we're doing now. That's fair enough.
It's the Raiders, which are played
we shall listen
by robots. And the object of the game is either the monster wins or the Raiders. They go through the dungeon, they collect loot, they level up, they gain new abilities, they get new cards in their deck. It's a little bit like
look,
Diablo,
he doesn't need to take part in this,
Spire,
right? Let him.
Decks. These are the kind of inspirations that
tell us about his new
I
thing.
can actually show some of the art and stuff. So yeah, this is like the box shot for Robot Raiders. The idea is we really want to capture that sort of asymmetrical PvP game. It plays a lot like a TCG, so players that have played Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic, Pokemon, those kinds of games, they'd be familiar.
Is it digital, or because that kind of looked like it was not digital? It looked like it was a physical game.
Familiar with it, and it wanted to feel a lot like that. And then the idea, if the monster player has like a really overpowered deck, and as you're going through the dungeon, they get new bosses that come in and they adjust their deck, and the robots are adjusting theirs. So you're kind of almost deck building on the fly as you go through things. And I guess if you're playing as the monster, it's a little bit like if you've ever gone to the conventions and done Duel the Master, which is where you'll have like a high level player. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they've got like an overpowered deck, which has like forbidden cards in it or cards.
That seems fun. Honestly, the only concern that I would have, which I don't know if there is a solution for it, but it's like whenever it's about board games, it's like sometimes like this 1v3 scenario like seems fun, but like what if you don't have exactly 4 people, right? But like is there a 2-player mode or something like that? I feel like that's something that you should include, but it sounds fun.
Cards like Seal of Orichalcos, if you're from way back when, in the upper deck eras, and it wasn't fair, but it was supposed to be fun, and that's kind of what the monster player is in this game. This is what one of the robots. The idea is that you've got 3 traditional RPG classes. You've got a mage, a paladin, and an archer, and then the monsters are different tiers. There's a big spider dungeon, our first one that we're working on. Yeah, you've got your 3 robots, the magical combustion unit, the armored holy conduit, and you've also got the rapid fire archery scout. The idea is that you've got to work together as a team to beat the monster, because if you're just kind of not coordinating with the team, you're probably going to get run over. And an example of one of the bosses is Doran, the spider cultist. And we really want to capture sort of the fantasy of playing as each of these RPG classes. And then can you do it with robots? I was a huge fan of Metabots. I think, was it in the 90s? So long ago. And that was, I really wanted to do something with that. And I also kind of a big fan of like Diablo and stuff, and the leveling up and building your character, adding new cards to your deck, and then gaining abilities which change how your cards work and stuff like that.
You haven't seen anything that's been released really in the last...
What was the name of the game? Robot Raiders, I think he said. That sounded fun.
Couple of years?
No, I'm going into this completely blind, so I'm a little bit nervous because cards can be. It sometimes takes a while for a card to sink in how ridiculous it'll be, but we'll see how much of that R&D experience comes back to me when we're going through this.
Rather than just be like, is this card good or bad? I'd kind of like to get your feelings as a designer.
Dude, designing Yu-Gi-Oh cards would be so interesting to me. Like, it is something that I would genuinely like to try to see how it is to work on stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, you'll probably never get to do that, but it is it's something that I would love to do that.
As to like what you think the use cases for this card could be, what scares you about it, like etc. And I want to start with a series of cards that I think I would feel comfortable saying that many people got wrong. Including myself, and including the entire OCG, who had a very different understanding of if these cards were good or not. So, in about 2022, a series of cards came out called the Runicks. These are modular. You can do one of 2 effects, and each one of these cards has 2 different effects. You can activate one of the effects, your next battle phase is skipped, and you can either, this card searches a card, this card protects a monster from being destroyed by battle, this card destroys an opponent's effect monster, and then banish a couple of cards off the top of your opponent's deck, or you can special summon a Runick monster from your extra deck to the extra monster zone. And these are a bunch of low-level fusion monsters with sort of negligible effects. Oh, I should show you also Fountain. Hold up. I should show you the card that makes sense here. So this is the card that kind of makes the deck tick. It is meant to be
okay.
Yeah, it's meant to be a callback to Spellbook of Judgment. So, to kind of temper expectations here. Yeah.
Wait, what? What does Runick Fountain have to do with Spellbook of Judgment?
It's back, by the way. Judgment is back legal. We don't play it at all, but we could.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, Judgment came back and everyone decided it wasn't worth it.
Is it 1 copy?
I think it's at 3 at this point.
3 copies.
Oh,
wow,
the last 2 years, things have gotten kind of out of hand. So this card allows you to activate any of these Runick quick play spells during your opponent's turn, and then once per turn, if you activate one, you can target up to 3 Runick quick play spells in your graveyard, put them at the bottom of the deck, and draw that number of cards.
Seems like a good card to me. Not like problematic or anything, but pretty good.
So wait, draw 3 cards?
Yes. In a perfect world, you will wield these cards as like removal or interaction, and then because 1-for-1 removal and interaction isn't very good, you can then refill your hand and potentially find other more random ones.
Okay, and then skip your battle phase. Is that just on Runick Tip, or is that on...
It's on all of them.
Oh, so it's not a battle-centric deck?
No, no it isn't.
Finish the top card of your opponent's deck. So this is going for deck out, I guess. That's the general play?
Yeah.
Or there's going to be some crazy combo.
There is some weirdness.
Your all 3 cards is already insane, and the fact that you get to play quick play spells from your hand on Runick Fountain, that's like one of the best parts by quick play spells is they are generally quite well protected from opponent's removal, and you get the flexibility of being able to use them in the battle phase. So this is like really intriguing. It is something that I'd probably find myself spending a lot of time on.
I feel like we need
you to special summon
Yugen
monsters from the
for
extra
context.
deck, but they're not properly summoned, so you can't revive them. So I guess it'd be kind of interesting to see what monsters you can summon from this, because I can't tell if that's like the main effect that you'd use on one of these cards, on this card, or searching your deck.
Yeah, I will say on each individual card, you will use both modes a lot. Let me see if I can pull up some of the fusions. Most used fusions are these two. Gary the Runick Fangs, which can't be destroyed by card effects, and then when special summoned, can target a non-quick play Runick spell, so almost always the Fountain. Add it to your hand, and then when it's destroyed by battle, you can target a card on the field, destroy it. And then Hugin, which, if special summoned from the extra deck, can discard a card to add Fountain from your deck to your hand, and replaces a destruction.
Oh wow, this card is really good.
This card is individually very powerful.
And it just gets you the draw free card that lets you play all of your cards from your hand. This seems hyper consistent, because Tip seems great. This seems really interesting.
See, chat, it's interesting.
The question is, I guess, on the deck out aspect, is like how many cards in there actually get cards out of the opponent's deck if that's the way the deck is supposed to play. Because Tip is just like one card. I assume the worse the effect is, the more cards you'll banish.
That's true. There are some, they're mostly 1, 2, and 3. There is one card that does 4, but it's all downside. It's like your opponent draws a card and then you banish 4.
We just ignore Runick Destruction, okay?
It seems quite difficult to play as well. Like, it doesn't seem as intuitively obvious as like your
See, interesting, skillful deck.
game plan is I'm going to just win by following a strict line, making a combo, slapping down a bunch of damage into you. And I guess like all of your quick play spells, it is a little bit like spellbooks, right? Where you're kind of looking for the right tool for the moment that you're in. So it's kind of a bit of a reactive strategy. And then you get to draw 3 cards a turn. That just seems so crazy.
Oh, I should probably note, Runick Fountain's draw effect is a soft once per turn. So additional copies of this card can theoretically draw you like 6.
No, it's not even during your draw phase or end phase. It's literally just
no, it's just when it happens.
Oh, I misread this.
Yeah,
oh my god.
It's a reference to Judgment, but
Well,
it
it's
is
still
way
interesting.
better.
I assume like if you had a good pilot behind it, this would do quite well. Oh, how many times did this go to time, this deck? This feels like another one of those grindy decks that couldn't ever actually finish a match.
Okay, that hurt.
One of those scenarios where if you go to time, you're always winning. They have a card that gains you life points almost explicitly so that you don't find yourself in that position.
That's amazing. It's like, oh yeah, we have a random quick play life gain card just for end
Amazing.
of match procedure. I really like this theme. I think this looks really cool.
These cards were really cool. They're sick. A lot of people have played them, but they play them in a lot of different ways. This like banish cards off the top of your opponent's deck is really good and does come up, but very seldom wins the game. Usually what happens is because all of these battle phase skips stack, you will have a turn in which you kind of establish control of the board, eat the battle phase, put your opponent on 1 draw, and then just kill them the next turn.
That almost never happens.
Okay, yeah. You just win in the one battle phase that you grant yourself, and you just grind them out completely.
The OCG did not really play these cards at all. They played them almost exclusively as the deck out strategy and found that it was a little too difficult to achieve the deck out. When they came stateside, players just started playing it not only as like powerful control tools, but also just as 20 copies of instant fusion, using the material to like Link and Gary, for instance, is a level 4, so you can make a rank 4 Xyz out of the extra monster zone, freeing it up for another one. As a result, they have seen a lot of play both in like really glacially slow control decks that have not been kind of not particularly successful, and combo decks with the ability to pivot to a control style of play after making a first turn board.
I do really like that, actually. I was always a fan of the really grindy decks, like pre-Spellbook of Judgment, Spellbook.
Doesn't Runick combo end up winning by attacking after a few turns of control? Well, yeah, but the way he said it was like you make one insanely good board, you skip one battle phase, and then you kill the next turn, and that never happens. Like, the way you approach the game is in a much slower fashion and a much more, you know, like, it's usually not that simple. No, the deck, that because that makes it sound way more broken than it is, the concept, right? Like, oh, you make this unbreakable board. Because a large part of what your boards do in Runick is like, you don't make an oppressive board by itself. You have to keep using Runicks to control the game, right? Like, it's a very key element of Runick combo decks, of when you start to not use Runicks on your opponent's turn, so that you get a battle phase. You have to evaluate, like, what's more important, my battle phase now or the ability to use Runick cards on my opponent's turn, right? So
I loved Spellbook of Fate. I think it was one of the best cards in the game during that time, and that was really cool. And I can see this being fun. And Instant Fusion was just such a nutty card. The fact that you've got a theme that's got it like a themed version of it, it seems really good.
In Master Duel specifically, they had to ban Instant Fusion finally.
Yeah, that seems like it was going to have to happen.
This is a card that I think we are all still kind of thinking about. Transaction Rollback. So this card, you can flip to pay half your...
This card is like the opposite of what you would expect, I think. When you read it for the first time, you're like, yeah, that card's a problem. And I assume that he's going to think that as well. In practice, this card has done nothing but cool stuff, I feel like. Like, it's the exact opposite. Like, I'm sure I thought this card was going to be a problem when I read it for the first time. But in practice, like, it's just not been a problem. Like, for real, chat, has any one of you ever been, like, Mayakashi locked with this card? I have never, that has never happened to me, and I have never even seen it happen to anyone else. Like, that is something that has not happened. And if anything, the problem in that equation is still Beatrice, because I'm pretty sure that Beatrice is the card that would be involved in that scenario, right? Because, like, there is simply no reliable way in modern Yu-Gi-Oh to get, like, 2 trap cards to the graveyard consistently if you're not making a Beatrice, right? And so, like, this card seems super abusable, but in reality, I think just isn't. Or at least, like, the decks that use it are not a problem. Like, it's like, what, Lab and Paleo, specifically?
Life points, then target a normal trap in your opponent's graveyard, except Transaction Rollback. This effect becomes that card's effect. This effect is never activated. The relevant part of this card is the second half, which says, you can banish this card from your graveyard, pay half your life points, then target a normal trap in your graveyard. This effect becomes that card's activation effect.
No. You never print this. This seems absolutely insane.
So
you get to skip the activation requirements of any trap card. No.
I understand why you would think that, but it is in practice, this has not happened, right? This card was not a problem.
Oh my god, this seems absolutely nutty. So yeah, you just banish it from your graveyard and you get to use any normal trap effect. No, surely not. Am I missing something? No, this you can't print this. This is insane. There's no way that you could print this. Well, obviously it has been printed, but that's nuts. That's absolutely nuts.
So the truth of the matter is that while this card is clearly broken on face, it is not really represented, just because the top decks already do things that are more broken. But every deck now has the ability, I'm sure you're familiar with the rank 6 Burning Abyss monster Beatrice.
Yeah, Beatrice.
Oh,
she can dump this, right?
She can dump this and a trap by activating it on your turn and your opponent's turn. And boy, there are a lot of good ones.
FTKs for days.
There's one that prevents your opponent from summoning that's very popular. Elemental Burst, like a 2010 card, occasionally sees some experimentation with this.
They can't really interact with it.
Burst mentioned!
Nope, it's kind of DD Crow or bust. But regrettably, still not enough when it comes to kind of what is playable right now.
How have we gone into a world where something like this isn't playable? This seems absolutely insane. Like, it's gonna...
But, like, the world in which this card is playable is a good world, you know what I mean?
I mean, for future design as well, this card is hugely problematic, because it's going to be good as long as trap cards are being printed. And
bro, maybe just don't make turn skip trap cards. Like, even if they're in freaking random ass archetypes, maybe just don't do that. Maybe just don't try to make like the ZW archetype playable by giving them a turn skip trap. How about that? Like, how is it? Oh, this is going to limit future card design because we can't print turn skips. No, but we want to print turn skips so bad. Like, you see that? Like, no. Oh, transaction rollback is going to be a problem in the future because what if they print more turn skips? Like, come on, man. What kind of argument is that? Like, just don't print turn skips, man.
Cards are big. Well, they're not really a big part of competitive play anymore, unfortunately. But any trip you print in the future, regardless of whatever restrictions you put on it, this is
literally in the current format. The equivalent to compare this card to is Angel of Blue Tears. You're like, if you're saying they shouldn't have made transaction rollback, you're basically saying they shouldn't have made Angel of Blue Tears because that card sets D barrier, or that card sets whatever else, right? Like, that is the card you're criticizing right now, which is insane. Different, yeah. You're like, yeah, different dimension ground is fine, but Angel of Blue Tears, that card needs to go.
Is always going to be in consideration for that. This is probably something that ends up on the Forbidden Unlimited list someday. This card is nuts, and I can't believe it doesn't get played at all.
This card is cool.
I would say there was one very powerful trap deck in recent memory called Labyrinth, and it, of course, did max out on this card, and it was a house. It was unbelievable. Because it also doesn't copy the name, you could use it to activate once per turn traps twice, and there's just so many fun little... There's so many fun little interactions. I don't know if you have seen this card at all, but it is one of the hardest cards, I think, for us to understand if it was good or not. I think in many ways the jury is...
Does MBT play the game, like, actually? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know, sometimes.
Still out. So this is Super Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis. So during the turn of, or the turn after, your opponent has special summoned 2 or more monsters from the extra deck.
You can't help but like Typhon, right? If he doesn't like Typhon, I'm gonna lose all faith.
Monster you control with the highest attack. If you do, you can't normal or special summon monsters for the rest of this turn. While this monster is on the field, neither player can activate the effects of monsters with 3,000 or more attack. And then once per turn, you can detach a material to return a monster from the field to the hand. So your opponent does their combo, passes back to you, and then you have the ability to Typhon during that turn.
This is a board breaker card. I really like this, actually, and it's any monster as well that you can just actually summon it onto.
Whoever has the highest attack, yeah.
This feels really good. I guess it kind of depends on the format. It obviously shuts off all the boss monsters that are over 3,000, but that's still a big window of monsters that can be used. But as a board breaker for picking apart somebody's fill, detaching...
Dude, what was this sub notification right above his face, dude?
Material, bouncing a card, also having 2,900 attack to run over stuff. You lock yourself out of stuff for the rest of the turn, but for playing into an opponent's fill, this feels really good. I'd play around with this, actually, depending on the format and what people are trying to do with their turn 1 combos. I kind of like it. I guess it depends on, is there just like really prevalent Omni negates that are less than 3,000 attack that everybody is playing? Because if the answer is this, the people are gravitating towards stuff.
His complaints about rollback were legit because he was a card designer. Rollback is just a pain at some point in his creativity. I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, I don't agree with it, because I don't think it limits your creativity when you just can't print trap cards that have super hard activation requirements, but if they get activated, they win you the game on the spot, right? How hard is it to just print normal trap cards that don't, like, skip your opponent's turn 3 times in a row or something, right? Like how hard is it to just print a normal, not in the sense of like a normal trap card, but just like a normal trap card, you know, like something that's not insane, right? Like just make those. It's not that hard, man. You don't have to make Eradicator, Different Dimension Ground, D-Barrier, and like Mayakashi turn skip traps, you know? Like, just make normal traps. It's not that hard.
That are bigger, then this feels really good.
But nobody would play those. Nobody plays Mayakashi trap either. Like, that card has no purpose of existing. Like, It's just not something that should have been done. Like the thing is, if you create the Mayakashi trap, right? There's two outcomes. Either it's irrelevant and no one plays it, or even worse, people actually play it, right? Like if the best case scenario for that card for it to never see play. And that's never a good idea when you design a card. So maybe just don't design those type of cards in the first place.
This isn't something I would throw into my bulk piles online. I actually think I'd play test with this on the format, because it's just, you don't have to draw it. It's removal, and your opponent, if you are playing that go second deck,
it's not only turn skips, but having to consider that you don't have to pay costs to do something that is tended to be tied to a cost will ultimately limit your creativity. See, the problem is you still pay cost, right? You still pay the cost of having to set up a transaction rollback in your graveyard. You just do it differently, right? Like you circumvent things, but it's not as simple, right? Like getting a transaction rollback and the trap you want to copy into your graveyard and paying 4,000 life points is not easy to do. It's not trivial. That's why no one is doing it, even if we have cards like the Mayakashi trap out there, right? Like even with cards like the Mayakashi trap and Beatrice in the game, people are not doing that, right? And so like, what kind of trap do you even think they will print in the future that doesn't already exist? Like we already have a card that says your opponent can't special summon, and people still don't do it. So what are you afraid of? What kind of trap card do you even think they want to consider? Like, do you think they make a trap card that says like, pay some cost, win the game? Like, what kind of creativity are we limiting here, right? Because the turn skip already exists and it's not played. So where's the problem?
I was actually a huge fan of breaking through an opponent's board and then winning the game, as opposed to setting up a negate board. And part of that was because you had to memorize what all of your opponent's choke points were in their combos, versus I'm just going to understand how to pick apart a field where I can see all the text in front of me. If you have more time to play Yu-Gi-Oh, going first was obviously more advantageous.
It'll limit design space to some degree. I mean, like, I think that would be true in a universe where like this card comes out like 10 years ago or something. I think at this point where we are right now, I think I can't imagine, like because the most broken thing imaginable for modern Yu-Gi-Oh is a turn skip, right? Like outside of just like a trap that would say I win the game on the spot, like literally win condition, right? I don't know what kind of creativity is limited if there's already a card that says you can skip your opponent's turn with transaction rollback, right? Like at this point, the only thing that would make it problematic is like easier ways to set it up, right? But I don't know. I just like, I understand where people are coming from. I felt the same way when I read transaction rollback for the first time, but sometimes a card is just not used to what you think is the worst case scenario, right? Like people don't use transaction rollback for that in practice, right? And even though something can happen in theory, that's like saying, like for example, you can do a bunch of different like FTKs with Summoner Monk, right? Like you can look at a bunch of different lines with Summoner Monk that end on crazy stuff and whatever, right? That's like saying Summoner Monk limits the design on level 4 monsters, right? When in practice, no one is using Summoner Monk anyways, and the things you can do with cards in theory don't always translate super well into practice, right? It's not like they have to go back on every single level 4 monster and be like, but what if they summon it with Summoner Monk? You know, like it's not, it's because the Summoner Monk is just not that good of a Yu-Gi-Oh card, and Transaction Rollback, while it is a good Yu-Gi-Oh card, it's just incredibly hard to set up, right? And like especially even in decks that make Beatrice, there's usually better things to do, right? Only because there's some crazy YouTube combos out there with Summoner Monk does not mean that Summoner Monk limits design space on level 4 monsters. And I think the same is true for Transaction Rollback. Even though you can think of a bunch of different things you can copy with it that are really cool, making that work is just too hard and not practical, and it doesn't happen. So,
but back when I was doing Master, I was playing like the AI deck, and my whole goal was to, okay, you've set up, I'm gonna just play out this combo that leads with me going Access Go Talker, swing twice, and I'll just break through everything. And this very much plays to the style of Yu-Gi-Oh that I would probably play. So I actually really like this card. And I
What if making that work gets easier? Well, then we might have a problem. But then, like, the thing is, that is true for almost every good Yu-Gi-Oh card, is if you make a lot of other good Yu-Gi-Oh cards that make using that card really powerful, you're gonna have a problem. Yeah. Anyways, Typhon, I feel like the only, like, unironically about Typhon, sometimes I feel like it's not even good enough with how powerful end boards are these days. But maybe that's not a bad thing. Like, maybe I don't want like Typhon to be super oppressive against every single end board, but I feel like they honestly, with the power level that Typhon is at, I'm thinking they could even have left off the summoning restriction, right? They could have just made you able to summon it, and that's it, right? I don't think it needed to lock you out of summoning for the entire turn. I think it would have been fine. Just an extra tool for going second that you can just summon. I don't even think that would be that broken, right? Or something. I mean, I don't know. But like, yeah, Typhon is still well designed. It could have even I think they were just scared to make it stronger.
guess you said like the community doesn't really know where it sits right now.
Yeah.
There's definitely a place for this in competitive play. It feels really good.
So it is.
I like it.
It is good. It's a very good card, but it is not fantastic. It's not like the greatest card in the game or an immediate auto win on its own. It is a contender.
I think the reason why I have a hard time saying Typhon should be stronger is because I think Typhon is at the level where I want Yu-Gi-Oh cards to be at. And I think if the first turn boards are too powerful for Typhon to do anything, I don't want Typhon to be stronger. I want the going first boards to be a little weaker, right? I think that's another. I had an interview with Lithium on the weekend where he asked me about like, how do you balance going second? Should we make more powerful cards for going second or whatever? And I said I don't think going second needs to be more powerful, because I think we already have a lot of really, really good cards for going second. Like cards like Evenly, Lightning Storm, Feather Duster, Raigeki Darkhold, Talon's Thrust, Typhon, Zeus, those incredibly powerful cards. Incredibly powerful cards that like can really, like, fair decks can sometimes get droplet, yeah, like the change of heart, all that stuff, you know, like Snatch Steal. Fair decks can get completely blown out going second by so many cards, right? And so like I think the solution is not to create more of those cards to make those cards even more powerful. I think the solution is you have to make going first a little weaker, because at some point it's just like, if you make more powerful board breakers, it's just going to turn into this whole like, I'm just going to look at my hand, I'm going to play one or two insanely powerful board breaker spells, and you've just basically accomplished nothing for going first, right? And it's just kind of like this whole going second versus going first arms race. I just wanted to tone down a little bit, instead of just giving whoever is lacking at the moment more broken tools, if that makes sense, right? And so I think Typhon is a card that is well balanced, actually. I think the fact that it doesn't look strong enough in today's format is more of a problem of the going first strategies, and not that it needs to be stronger.
In pretty much every extra deck, but extra decks have become so tight that frequently it also does not make the cut. With respect to, you mentioned something about like if there's a bunch of Omnis around, this is probably not fantastic. Almost every just general Omni negate that lives in the extra deck has been banned. The last, it's not an Omni, but the last like generic extra deck guy is Apollosa, and we kind of expect that it will not last forever. In fact, that effect, the 3000 or more attack, almost never comes up. It was a little more powerful when Baron de Fleur.
Speaking of Omni Negates, makes me sad at the moment, because the TCG made it so made such a good effort with Baron and Savage, but then Desiree came out, and now the deck just has an Omni Negate again. But yeah, anyways, I digress.
Which is this very powerful synchro summonable Omni Negate, was everywhere, but has since been banned. So there's not too much it feeds on anymore. It is still a very good card. Like you hinted at, you can do your entire combo, push through as much as you can, and then end on this monster, cleaning up the remainder of your opponent's board. But it doesn't do anything on your side of the field, so your opponent will survive till the next turn and have a chance to break it. It is a really interesting, engaging card, and I think we're all pretty happy to have it. Like, it's just a cool piece of board removal in a game that often seems like it's about board building. But again, extra decks are tight.
Definitely sounds like it's a little bit challenging to play, but this is This is good card design because it makes you think.
Yeah.
You have to really take the time to think of like, does this belong in my deck? Do I have a slot for this? Do I give something up because of how important it is? It's not something where it's like, well, obviously I just play this. This is a better X card or something. So I kind of like that, where it gives the players a chance to figure it out. And as the format shifts, there'll be times where this card could potentially fade in and fade out of the format as well. This is definitely good design.
Okay, this is, I would say, probably the last one I'd like to know is SP Little Knight. So this is a generic Link 2 effect monsters. Pretty bad arrows here. If this card is Link summoned using a Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Link monster as material, you can target a card on the field or in either graveyard, banish it. Also, your monsters cannot attack directly this turn. Then when your opponent activates a card or effect as a quick, you can target 2 face-up monsters on the field, including a monster you control, banish both until the end phase, and those are both hard onces.
I'm trying to remember what the quick link effect was. Which link monster let you link summon in your opponent's turn?
That is IP Masquerena.
IP Masquerena. Yeah, that feels pretty good to slip this one into. If it's not making an Appaloosa or something to that effect. Just straight up delete something. That's pretty good. And then obviously you're not attacking during your opponent's turn. When your opponent activates a card or effect, target 2 face-up monsters on the field, including a monster you control, including itself. That effect is, that kind of like self-jumping effect is always kind of, there's been a couple of cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! I actually really like this. The ninja look for it reminds me of Strike Ninja.
Yes.
Which was banished to dark
Such a
monsters
cool card,
jumping
man.
in and out of play. And that card was like, really, it wasn't good enough to see a ton of play during the Invasion of Chaos format, but the fact that it could dodge Mirror Force and these kinds of plays made it really annoying to try and deal with. And this is an interrupt because it just takes your opponent's card straight off the field as a quick effect, and it comes back so that you can use it again later. This is really sticky. It's like Time Thief Redoer. It can kind of like keep dodging in and out of play. And cards like that feel really good because they're really obnoxious for the opponent to deal with. And it's generic. Like, honestly, my biggest fear with this card is that it was just listed as 2 effect monsters. It wasn't any kind of restriction on it. I guess they've kind of given it a soft restriction, whereas like you have to use a Fusion, Synchro, Xe, or Link monster in order to get that first effect, which is just straight up delete something. This is insanely good. Like, it's so generic as well. It just slots into basically any deck as a really obnoxious interrupt and also removal, spot removal that you don't need to draw. I really think that this should have probably had more restriction on what you can summon it with, because I think of like back to when I was involved in the monsters were kind of like nightmares, I think, where you had to discard a card to get the spot removal, and this is just like, hey, yeah, just link summon me and you can kill something, and then I'll proceed to aggravate the opponent for the rest of the game, however long that will.
I think he is seeing that this is a very powerful card. He's also seeing some of the very interesting parts of SP Little Knight. I think SP Little Knight is, without a doubt, incredibly powerful, but I think I personally like playing with SP Little Knight. I think it's a fun interactive card. I just think like you can make cards powerful in a good way, and you can make cards powerful in a bad way, and SP Little Knight is a very powerful card, but not in a bad way. I think SP Little Knight becomes very powerful if in the context of IP Masquerena. So I think if I want him to do anything about the Little Knight, I think it would be banning Masquerena, because I think the really broken part about this card is if you can summon it on your opponent's turn. I think when you go second into boards, this card is completely fine. I think it creates a lot of interesting interactions because it is not as simple as I'm going to summon this and it's going to be an Omni Negate and all that kind of stuff. I think SP Little Knight is incredibly powerful, and but I think it's interesting and fun to play with. So this is the kind of stuff that I think is way better and way more fun for the game than something like Appaloosa, Baron the Fleur, or whatever. I like this card. I think it's good for the game. I think what's not good for the game is the fact that it was a secret rare and so expensive for such a long time when so many decks need it. I think that's a different story though. But just from a design standpoint, I like this card.
This card is extraordinarily strong, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is the best card in the game. It's not super shocking. You figured out the use case immediately. Is IP Masquerena as part of an end board makes this on your opponent's turn, allows you to pivot into Apollosa if you need to. This Fusion Synchro Xyz or Link.
So I'd like to add that the way that I've used Little Knight is almost never via IP Masquerena, right? Like all the decks that I've played, at least in the TCG since this card came out, I believe have not played IP Masquerena. Like I played a little bit of Snake Eyes, but very little. Most of my decks have just been using this card as a going second card, right? Like even in stuff like I played Melodious and it only came up sometimes and so on and so forth, but I never actually played this card with IP Masquerena. So like, and that's most of my decks, you know, most of like whatever. Like I haven't been playing decks that end goal was just like spam a bunch of bodies and then summon an IP Masquerena as well. So I understand that in that context, I think the card is problematic, but I think in general, in the games that I've been playing, I never felt like SP Little Knight was the problem card. Like I never felt like it was the broken card that made me win games. It also never felt like it was the broken card that made me lose games when my opponent used it. It was always just fun and interactive and something you had to keep in mind in all moments. And I'm saying this as someone who's gotten his Runick Fountain banished by SP Little Knight definitely countless times. You know, the card is very good against the decks that I've been playing as well. But the card is just super interesting to play with and against.
Monster thing occasionally means you overpay it, but it also occasionally means if you're playing a deck that has like an in-archetype Link 1 or plays level 1 monsters and can go into a card like Relinquished Anima, which is a generic level 1 Link monster, then you just get to do it anyway for 2 total monsters. It's just everything. It's unbelievably powerful removal for any card, accessible on your opponent's turn. It comes back forever like Redoer.
Anima.
It's great. It's really, really good.
Yeah, this is... I actually just saw in the chat someone said, check the price. And I saw the quarter of a century was like 379 Monopoly money. Sorry, euros. That's insane.
Yeah, the price of the game has also gotten a little out of hand, but it's currently concentrated in about 5 total cards, of which this is one.
Yeah, I can imagine that you'd be very happy to open these out of your packs. This card is great. I guess the trick for design is to not print too many cards like this, because then that tight extra deck, that problem gets even more pronounced when you've got cards as insane as this. This is just crazy good.
In terms.
I don't think my Euros deck is $200, by the way. Like if you go cheapest versions, I'm pretty sure it wasn't. Oh, actually, with the Perulias, maybe it's a little over 200. Yeah.
In terms of the extra deck now, they have become exceptionally tight to the point where people are not.
Is Woods cheap? Well, I only played LZ, and LZ is like 20. So I didn't play a Stellar, so I think my White Woods core is like $60 or something. And then you got SP, and you got Perulias. And then the rest, I don't know if there's anything. I guess Chaos Angel might be still a little bit. There's Typhon. Yeah, it's probably over 200, but nothing too crazy.
Playing, was Pot of Extravagance around when you were designing?
Yeah, it was played in the Eldritch deck, right? Where it's like banish the top 6 cards of your extra deck randomly and draw 2.
Did you ever get Pot of Prosperity?
I don't remember. I think I remember hearing about Pot of Prosperity, but I don't know if it was when I was working there. Is that the one that's basically Scry?
Yes, it's banish 6 from the extra deck of your choosing, and then you can look at the top 6 and pick 1.
If you're choosing. Oh my god, that's insane.
Crazy powerful card, but seeing very little play just because the extra deck is so important. It's like you have to start with a 20 card hand, so it is a very strange situation we found ourselves in, but everyone finds room for SP Little Knight.
Probably a good candidate for an alternate rare reprint as well at some point.
There is a reprint set coming out momentarily, and we are hoping and praying that she will make an appearance. It seems like,
I mean, she's been confirmed for the Megatins, right? That's why she's been dropping already in price. Like I think SP is around like 50 or something.
It was designed around her, so
the experience of what actually goes into making and delivering a game, there are so many more steps than just writing the cards, playtesting them, And you always have that problem that no matter how long in the office you play test the cards, the very first day that they go out, the world will play more games than you ever have time to play once you get out of there. And it's hard to errata something after you've put it out there, because it requires actually posting an update or doing reprints, which changes the card text and stuff. You've got the localization issues, you've got all of the logistics, trying to make sure that you actually get the product, coordinating, making sure that all the shops are releasing the set on the same day, and the single card vendors aren't getting their stock 4 days early, those kinds of problems. It's a game the size of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is actually incredibly complex on operating, and I'm very grateful for the colleagues I got to work with for so long.
Best of luck to you, and thank you so much for hopping on this. This was so sick.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, this was very cool. I like this. I also I liked Matt Bell as a designer. But I think the TCG, honestly, my personal experience whenever I've talked to Konami TCG, whether it's Europe or NA people, about their philosophy of the game or something, because I've met a lot of them, not all of them, but I've met a fair share of the people that work at Konami, and whenever I talk to them, I just get nothing but like good feelings about like how they feel and approach the game. I feel like a lot of the people that work at Konami really care about the game and trying to make it a healthy environment and stuff like that. And I do think, unfortunately, a lot of it is dictated by OCG. At least that's my personal interpretation. I don't know if it's true, but I often feel like the TCG people are actually doing a lot of stuff that at least I personally agree with. And then sometimes, like, because the stuff like Fiend Smith, stuff like Snake Eye, on all that kind of stuff, that stuff comes from the OCG, right? That is not something that that I don't know how much say the Konami TCG or whatever has in it, right? But yeah, I don't know. At least I wanted to throw that out there, that I feel like Konami TCG, I feel like gets a lot of shit, but the people that I've talked to, I feel like they don't deserve it. They try their best, and Matt Bell, I think, was one of those. So this was a cool video to watch. Yeah. Yes, I have the word on the street is that before we hop into Master Duel talk, we have a Dinka Bui deck profile to react to as well. So this is the Magical Musketeer Fiendsmith deck that was already, I heard about this deck from, so Cameron Neal played it at the playoffs in North America, but did not, I think he lost the first round or maybe the second. And then Pac told me about it. I was talking to Pac the week before Euros. I was talking to him about my deck choice and so on and so forth. And he was like, you should try the Magical Musketeer Fiendsmith deck. And I was like, I don't know. There's very little time. I don't have the cards. I'm not familiar with the deck. And so I'm just going to focus on building my White Forest deck. Obviously, Dinka Bui was never going to show up to the European Championship just playing Snake Eyes, right? So apparently he tried the deck and thought it was good. Maybe he was on it even before the NA playoffs or whatever, like before it got out there. I believe Christian Urena also posted a deck profile of it a couple days ago. I think the basic idea of this deck is that against Snake Eyes, it goes second really, really well. So I think, so what Pac told me about was a blind second Magical Musketeer deck. But then what Dinka played, or what Dinka said at least, was that his deck only wants to go second against Snake Eyes. So let's say your opponent is playing 45 cards or something and you win the dice roll, you can make an educated guess. Well, they're probably playing Snake Eyes, so I'm going to go second. But if your opponent is playing like 40 cards, it's much more likely that they play something else. So against other matchups, the deck wants to go first, apparently. But let's hear it from Dinka.
Hello guys, welcome to the Rain Trade channel. We're here with Dinka Bui, who got top 64 at the European Championship with his Magical Musketeer deck. Yeah, anything you want to say before we get into the deck list?
I don't think so. I just wanted to say, yeah, that the deck is built to go first usually. Shout out to Maxi.
Yeah.
The deck has a pretty niche position in the meta because going first, it can set up a pretty good boards. It's more fragile than Snake Eyes, of course, but the going second with pure engine is a lot better in my opinion. Yeah, and also a lot of people are not familiar with the cards, so you get an advantage for that.
All right, so let's get into the list.
For the musket monsters, I played 3 Starfire. This is the best card of the deck. You always want to open this card. This card plus any activated with Bell is a pretty good combo. The second best musket monster is the Casper.
Leaks such, yeah, this is my wants list for retro formats. Huge leak, insane leak. I've been building some retro decks, and these are some cards that I was missing. Can't believe it got out there.
Who searches any musket card, 1 block for recursion, and you want to play 3 names just to be able to summon 3 of the link 1.
Okay, so wait, so Caspar, if you activate in the column, it adds 1 from deck? Or what? Like, I think Calamity adds 1 from graveyard, right? So this one special summons, this one adds a spell trap, and this one adds back. Okay.
If the opponent has 3 or more spell trap cards. That's for the musket monsters. For this Fiendsmith stuff, 3 engraver. This card is insane in this deck because this searches Attractors, and Attractor searches the whole deck basically.
Oh right, yeah, they're all light fiends. I keep forgetting Tractus searches something that's not Lurie. But obviously, yeah, any light fiend.
Tractus.
Yeah.
This card is
Yeah,
really good. And also 3 Sanctus. I opted to play 3 Sanctus because this one is really good to start off your turn.
Dude, I was thinking about Fiendsmith Sanct also in like Ubel. Because like, I feel like people overlook the fact that you can just use this as a more ways to start your Fiendsmith combos, right? Like it's just a 1-card Requiem. And in decks that you don't care about the Fiend attack lock, I think it's fine to play Sanct.
Because it enables 1 proc for your musket cards and summons one body for more extension, basically.
It locks you into light fiend. No, I think Sanct just says you can only attack with fiend monsters for the rest of the turn. I think that was the restriction. Runick Musketeer exists? Yeah, I know.
And 1 Lurie for the track if you already have your muskets or your engraver in play.
You need to only control light fiend to use it? Yeah, or nothing. Like you can just start off with it, right? But in this deck, it's even better because you can like normal summon a Musketeer and then activate Sanct in the same column, right? So like it's even better here. I was just saying, like, I think this card is a little overlooked because it's not standard in the minimal Fiendsmith package, but like it still is a good card, I think, in the context of the Fiendsmith deck. Because it's just another card that starts the Fiendsmith combo.
The last 2 monsters in the deck were 1 Shavara for the engine combo and 1 Diabolica. Also for some combos, which I can show you later. That's for the monsters. For the spells, 3 Prosperity for consistency. Usually, you only want to banish 3 of this card because your extra deck is very, very important. If you go first, at least. Going second, I opted to side out these a couple of times. Depends on the matchup. 3 talents, 3 droplets, and 3 linkable rains as additional breakers. This one is obviously nuts with the link 1. This one also works going first with if you do too many monsters. If you do, for example, a Starfire and 1 Casper, you can normally summon 1, activate this card in the same column as your musket monster, and then get your procs without your opponent being able to respond to that. As 2 additional board breakers and also spell cards to activate first turn, 2 Foolish Burial Goods with
Goat?
1
yeah.
the Black God Loves. This is mainly for Appaloosa or IP, depends on the hand which card is more problematic. You just call the name and then you can try to play the game. And 1 Called by the Grave as last non-engine, basically. or the musket.
Until here, it looks all cool and fun, and now we get to the cards that we don't want to draw.
And Unchained.
For the most part, right?
I played one negate for monsters, one trap to pop face-up cards, the triple yugioh, the split trap negate, and the chamber. Because usually you want to pop your own rage to add back being Raven from the graveyard to keep on playing. That's why this one is way better than the escape. And I think 4 is fine. This one is very important if you go first, just to counter board breakers from the opponent, like droplets or...
This is just a rescue ace deck? Kind of, yeah. So like the idea is basically the reason why it's so good going second into Snake Eyes, especially if you draw Link into the Reins, because Link into the Reins makes it so that the opponent cannot respond to Magical Musketeer Max, which I think it needs any Musketeer, right? And then you just search Musketeer cards up to the number of like cards your opponent controls or monsters your opponent controls. I'm not sure. But either way, your opponent can't respond to that. So you get all these free searches. And then up to the back row. Yeah, something like, let me read Magical Musketeer Max real quick. Magical Musketeer Max. No, it's different. It's the number of monsters that your opponent has, not spell traps. You can it's either add spell traps from your deck to your hand up to the number of monsters they have, or special summon muskets with different names up to the number of spell traps that your opponent has. Right, that's where the confusion came from. It has 2 different effects that you can choose. And usually, obviously, against the meta decks, they will have way more monsters, so you will go for the search effect. You will not go for the special summon effect. But I guess if you're playing against Labyrinth or something, you can go like summon out all your muskets from the deck. You can also do that. But the good thing here is you get like basically these cards, these spell traps are insane against Snake Eye. The triple DD Crow is nuts. Because you can just banish the like Promethean, Flamberge, and something else. It's like really good. You have like an Imperm, a Pop, a Banish 3, and a Spell Trap Negate. It's like really good to play into the... Turns out if you can just search these 4 for free going second into Snake Eyes, that's enough cards to break their board usually.
Clean 40 in the main deck. For the extra deck, I played 15 one-offs. For the Link monsters, one max. This card is insane. You usually summon this one during your combo multiple times because you link off your musket to summon this, just to have more free cards off the back with your Fiendsmith cards, with Sequence, Lacrimosa, or the Engraver. One Requiem, one Sequence, one Lacrimosa, and also one Desiree. For the Unchained, one Yama. This card is insane. You always go through these 2 during your first turn combo. One Anguish for breaking boards, and also one Access Code. Anguish and Access Code is still really, really good. This out like one body without triggering a Flamberge card to summon Access Code after using the Anguish, and then you pop like 2 more cards, and afterwards you
that's
can
nice.
Just, put Typhon on top of Access Code and bounce like the last monster, which is usually like a Desiree from the opponent. Then one SP, one Appaloosa for the end board, one Caesar, and both TCG.
It's especially cool because Typhon is a fiend, right? And so when you make Access Code after you use Sanct, you can't attack with it. But then if you just turn it into a Typhon, it still can. So you need to put up a little bit of damage next to it, but you can still kill. After going Access Code, pop their board, you Typhon on it, and then you just have to put up a little bit of extra damage.
Exclusives, which are also needed for some combos. The side deck, yeah, this for time reasons. 2 Malchami, because I didn't have more space left in the side deck. I think I should have played 3 of this instead of the 1 Change of Heart.
Dude, the Malcharmy situation at Euros was crazy, by the way. Like, people were looking for that card on Friday, like, so desperately. Like, the card, every vendor sold out, I think. No one had it anymore. Like, everyone went crazy to find Malcharmies, which is crazy to think about when, like, everyone knew you were gonna need it. Like it was like, I don't know. People were surprised suddenly that the card was good. I don't know. It's
usually I did not side this in because I was afraid of people letting me go first after game 1. That's why this card was basically dead in my set deck. So I'd rather prefer to play a free Malchami just to cover the Witcher Beast matchup better, which is scary because Protoss just FTK soup basically. And also 1 Change of Heart with 3 Thrust. Thrust can also grab you a Link into the Reins going second.
Yeah, that Thrust is insane in this deck. If you go second into a board and grab Link into the Reins.
Second, which is really, really good. For going first, these are also good because I do side 1 DDG and 1 Barrier. 1 Rivalry and 3 Cosmics for stun decks, but also against Skill Drain. If Snake Eyes plays Skill Drain, you can also hit the IP sometimes, and this also props your Muskets going second if you need it.
Alright.
That was for the deck. I would show you some combos. Yeah. Two simple combos.
So this is the extent to which I understand the deck, right? Like I haven't looked into the first turn combos at all, so we're gonna check this out.
You guys know how the deck functions. Basically, any musket normal summon is actually combo, because you can just normal summon a musket. Link that one off for Max. Link this one off for.
Oh yeah,
Requiem.
You get an extra Light Fiend in the graveyard because you can go through the Link 1, so you always have better math on your shuffle backs with sequence and stuff.
You summon Engraver, equip this Engraver, use these off for the Electro Crypt, especially summon this back to recycle your max. Then you go into sequence.
So this is where if you're not playing this deck, you have 1 less Light Fiend in the graveyard. So if you want to summon Lacrima here, you have nothing to revive. But because our normal summon was essentially 2 Light Fiend bodies in the graveyard, we can shuffle back 2.
In fact, we have 3
and still
Light Fiends.
Yeah.
You keep the Engraver and graveyard, which is very important to use of these 2.
Yeah.
For the Aerial Eater.
Wait, Aerial Eater?
This one dumps on summon the Diabolica. This card says if this card gets sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can target another Fiend type monster in your graveyard to add it back to your hand.
Ah, okay.
Or the second effect is if a Fiend type monster is sent to the graveyard by card effect, you can summon this card from your hand or graveyard, but it gets banished when it leaves the field. But you can only use one of these effects per turn. So you use the effect to add back your Engraver, but you can discard to add your Tract. You can link these 2 off for Yama, which searches Shavara, because now you have 2 level 6 or higher Dark Fiend type monsters. With the Necro Crypt and the Diabolica, you can banish both of them to summon back the Area Eater. So you can link these off for Rage. You summon the Rage, pop this, so you get this one back on board and this one to the hand. Yama also pops this, so you get your Jammer set. then you go Attractus for Casper. Discard any card from your hand, and then you use the graduate effect to banish this card, to use these off from your hand, to summon the Lacrima, and this one revives the Casper. Go play these for Caesar.
Lacrima can do that?
And pass your turn. So you have two interruptions of Caesar. If you can call it 3 interruptions of Rage into SP, and also the Casper triggers to search you, usually the Desperado to negate cards like Droplet or Talons, something like that. Yeah, that's
pretty cool.
Just off 1 musket card.
It's still, I mean, it's a Fiendsmith combo at the end of the day, but I feel like out of all the Fiendsmith combos I've seen, this one is the one that I find the coolest. Because it's Musketeers.
The 2 of card combos with Starfire, even better. You can add on Appaloosa, Dice Array, and other stuff. But this is like a pretty standard
Obviously, it starts getting really powerful and really broken once we have more extenders and stuff like that, but yeah.
Just if you open 1 on the summon musket. Yeah.
So, any shoutouts? Anything to say?
Yeah, shout out to the team, of course, especially to Zio and Daniel, who did a lot of theory with me. Also shout out to Lutka, a friend who told me to play the deck. I gave it a chance and I liked it, so shout out to him, of course. Shout out to everyone who tested with me. Shout out to Jack, Tom, Tritai, Justin, Leonard, Dennis. Also to my friends from my local store, Leon, Rohat, Colin. Yeah, I hope I didn't forget anyone.
Alright, thank you for the profile.
Alright, that was cool. I wonder how similar this is to the other versions, because I think the one that the Americans played was blind second. I think I prefer not going blind second in this format if you can avoid it, because at least in my head, it feels like blinding second in this deck only really works out, like only really consistently works out if you open Link into the Reigns, right? Like if you don't open Link into the Reigns going second, it feels like you have a hard time picking apart your opponent's board. This is also blind second? No, it's not. He said that in the beginning. It is not blind second. No, it's not. Literally first words of the profile.
Hello guys, welcome to the Rain Trade channel. We're here with Thinkabui, who got top 64 at the European Championship with his Magical Musketeer deck. Yeah, anything you want to say before we get into the deck list?
I don't think so. I just wanted to say, yeah, that the deck is built to go first usually.
Me when I spread misinformation on the internet. Anyways, I think the deck's cool. I wish, like, I think stuff like this, stuff like the people that performed with Memento, the people that performed with Ritual Beast, even the fact that I was able to perform with the White Forest cards, this stuff, like, Yu-Gi-Oh can always you can always do something in Yu-Gi-Oh. Like even in the formats that maybe you don't think are great or whatever, like there's always something to be done about it, and you can see people that will continue to do so. So I think it's like it's just a great game. Holy shit, is that 25 gift subs by Lionheart? That caught me off guard. Thank you so much for that. Holy, enjoy your subs, guys. Thank you for the amazing support. Also, thank you everyone else who subscribed while I was focused on the profile. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Ooh, okay. Yeah, all right. So I wasn't even planning to go back at Euro's deck lists, but the fact that this was uploaded made me want to check it out, of course. I'm gonna link the profile if you guys want to check it out for yourself. So let's continue with the other things I wanted to do today. It looks like we're not even getting everything done that I wanted to do today, but yeah. Vanquish Soul. Yeah, I don't want to do another deck profile, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Let's talk about stuff that is more relevant for me in the upcoming weeks or whatever. Because obviously we are heading into the final stretch until the Master Duel World Championships. Now they haven't announced the exact format for Worlds yet, actually. Like, we don't know. We're just assuming at this point. We're just assuming at this point that it's gonna be the same as last year, right? This pack is already out. I know. I just wanted to go through the announcements one by one. So this Master Saga pack, we can take a look at it in game in a second, but there is another one after this, right, in August, which we don't know that much about yet, but this one is already out, and I think it's bringing only very few interesting cards, but we'll take a more in detail look at it in a moment. The more important thing that I want to highlight here is the return of Heavy Storm to 1. And the unlimiting of Snatch Steal. Now, unlimiting of Snatch Steal is kind of scary. That card is good, but you know, it's at 3 now in Master Duel. Heavy Storm to 1, I personally think is fine. I generally think Heavy Storm is a worse card than Feather Duster these days. It is not a reliable combo starter or anything. Like, I don't think like outside of like Unchained or whatever, like it's not actually a better card than Feather Duster ever. Yeah, no, I think I'm a fan of Heavy Storm being in the game. If Feather Duster is in the game, I feel like Heavy Storm should be too. So yeah, I like it. If anything, the things that you can do with Heavy Storm are like cool interactions. Right? Like the fact that I can play Heavy Storm in my Toy Box deck or my Unchained deck or my Tearlament deck to destroy my Sulliek. That's cool. I like that. I don't think you can do anything stupid with Heavy Storm. I think it's all cool stuff. Yeah. So that was that. And then we have another one, which I've also already reacted to on Twitter, but I quickly wanted to go over it anyways and voice my thoughts, because obviously I only said a few sentences on Twitter. This is the new Forbidden and Limited List update, which happens on August 7th, which is not guaranteed, but very likely to be the last update before the World Championships. I don't know if we will get another one before the first week of September. So important. We're going from 2 to 3 Trishulas. That is irrelevant because that card is, if anything, being played at 1. I guess it opens up the room, like some space for future hand looping stuff, which can be scary, but let's be real, at the moment, this card is not warranted to be at 2. Infernity Launcher is another card. When it went to 2, I was like, that's kind of scary, but I can't really argue against it. The same is true now. 3 Launcher is kind of scary. At the same time, it didn't see any play at 2, so you can't really argue for it to be at 2. Zeus going from 2 to 3 is completely irrelevant for everyone just playing regular Master Duel ranked or whatever, because you were never playing 3 Zeus anywhere. I don't even know if Zodiac plays 3 Zeuses. I think Zodiac plays like 2, and that's pretty, like, you're pretty comfortable with that. The 3rd Zeus, I think in this case only really matters for the World Championship. If we use the shared card pool format, the fact that you can play 3 Zeuses between your decks is relevant. I think that matters. So that's important to note. Sekka's Light going from 2 to 3, in my opinion, is where this card should always be. Like, Sekka's Light should have never gone onto the ban list, and I still hate the fact that it still is limited in the TCG. This card should not be on the ban list. It's a good card, but it's not... It does not deserve a spot on the ban list. And then we got this little dude back to 3, which I just hate Super Heavy Samurai. So my initial reaction was just like, who asked for this? Like, who wants Super Heavy Samurai to be better than before? And that is kind of like where I stand on this, right? I'm like, why are we bringing back Super Heavy Samurai cards like so soon as well? Like the deck, I feel like, was just meta a couple, what is it, months ago. People are still saying like, okay, well, but the crossbow is at 1, so it doesn't really matter. Which maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. Like, it's not gonna return to the metagame probably because of a 3rd copy of this card. But I don't know. I don't like Super Heavy Samurai, so I'm not a huge fan of this change. But I guess if it holds true that 1 Soul Piercer is enough to make the deck stay away, then whatever. And then we got 2 really cool bands here. We got 2 really cool bands that, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. This is phenomenal, dude. Gimmick Puppet Nightmare has not been touched in the TCG or OCG, but Master Duel, for some reason, are the first ones to do it. Very sick. And this has, honestly, this has huge implications, in my opinion, especially for Worlds. Like, in Master Duel itself, like on Ranked or whatever, you don't play against Branded all that often anymore. It still sometimes sees play, but not that much. But I think this has important applications for like the World Championships, where if it still is the same as last year and you have to bring like 6 different decks or whatever, then the ability, like Branded was definitely going to be in contention for the World Championships. So yeah, there are other options, and they should have banned Albion, but let me say it this way: there are good reasons why people always play Gimmick Puppet Nightmare and none of the other ones, right? Like there's a very good reason why it's always Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, because Gimmick Puppet Nightmare is the most annoying one to deal with and also the easiest one to set up, right? Like there's other things you can do, but they are not optimal for a lot of reasons, right? Like other things can be outed by your own Forbidden Droplet, by cards like Enemy Controller or whatever. Like you can book some of the other floodgates. Like you could play Book of Eclipse to get rid of some of the other ones that say like, while this card is here, you can't summon or whatever. Like this one hits the board, immediately applies, and you cannot play the game for the rest of the turn, right? So yeah, you can tribute summon over most of them. Like you have other ways to get rid of the cards, and like that is why everyone is playing Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. And it's the same with floodgates. Like it always baffles me when like a floodgate gets hit on the ban list and they're like, well, that's not worth anything because people are now going to play that floodgate. And it's like, yeah, well, we have to downgrade step by step. You know, like if Branded is still a problem because they now summon, I don't know, Raz Disciple or whatever, well, then we have to do something on a future ban list. You know, this is not the last ban list ever in Master Duel, right? There's going to be more. There's going to be more ban lists in the future. And if Branded still locks people, then I'm sure there's going to be another change to it, right? And so I think this is good. You know, I feel like it's very hard to argue against the fact that these are good changes. Would I have preferred Albion? Yes, because that would have been more future-proof and would have eliminated other options. But yeah. Is Josh defending floodgates right now? No, you just don't understand what I'm saying. But that's okay. Card usage rate? I mean, I saw that the card usages were out there. I just don't find that super interesting to look at. I just wanted to take a quick look at the new pack. I wanted to take a look at the new pack because I glanced over it and I didn't see anything super relevant outside of like the toy cards maybe, but even those are not that relevant. Oh, I need to do the update still. Oh, it's fast. Like, Toy Box is out, but without White Forest, I don't see using those cards. So, In the shop, we've got the Master's Saga. Cards included in this pack. Newly added cards. Dragon Master. We've got Ace Spades Speculation. What was this card again? $30 Magia. Where's Skamaga? What do you mean by saying 30 Magia? Oh, you mean because it's so expensive in the TCG and so cheap in Master Duel. I see. Okay, I get it. I get it. Do people actually have an issue with this card in the TCG? I personally feel like this is way better than like making SP Little Knight expensive or whatever. Like, I would much rather have like cool collectibles like this that I as a player don't have to care about. If I don't pull it and never own it, that's fine for me. But like, collectors can go crazy about it. So I personally don't experience any issues with this card. Like, I will probably never own it. I have never seen this card in person. But I don't really feel impacted by that. Unless it will become meta relevant, that it would obviously be a problem. But at this point in time, I don't know if it will. So, like, it's actually good in Blue Eyes White Dragon. See, so it'll not be meta relevant. That's good then. Spell card Monster Reborn is not a terrible card. Toy Soldier, Toy Tank, Toy Box is an ultra rare. I'm just trying to think if it's worth opening these packs for me specifically, but it's like, I already have a Heavy Storm from when I played the Goat format tournament, or the Edison format as well. I have one Snatch Steal. I obviously don't need Super Polys anymore. I don't know. Doesn't seem worth it in terms of the ultras. I want toy boxes eventually. But I guess there's... When is the next pack coming out? Is there another pack soon? Like, selection pack? Is there a pack in August? 2 weeks? Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna wait for that with my gems. What kind of tickets do I have? What is this? Crazy. Ooh, Super Poly target. Dude, how many of this do I have? 3. Oh. All right, sick. Good talk. There's new accessories. It's just sleeves. Okay. All right. Yeah. So I feel like the Master Duel news, there's nothing too crazy. It's like this one is funny. They're making a another tryout duel where I like that they are experimenting with this. Honestly, this seems very fun because they keep doing like new tryout duels where both players start with a certain card. This time it's respect play, which during their respective turns, each player must show their opponent their hand. So you get like, it's like playing Yu-Gi-Oh, but with perfect hand knowledge, like as an experiment. I think that's very fun. I think that's a fun exercise, like knowing what your opponent is playing. Especially because, yeah, I think it's a funny thing to do. I think we'll try it out. It hasn't started yet. It starts in a couple days. Yoshi Tracker, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. You can't use dangers? I guess not. What's the ruling on this? If a card is already revealed in your hand, I don't think you can reveal it again. So you can't use like dangers or Mogi, right? Oh yeah, Vanquish Soul is dead. That's sad. Enra, thank you for the 8 months. How does Lord of the Heavenly Prison work? Lord of the Heavenly Prison. Let me see. I guess, yeah, I guess Dragon Master Magia is not completely unplayable. Heavenly Prison. Ooh. Bro, this card is nuts in this event. Can't reveal it? No, but you can just immediately use the other effect, right? Like, if a set spell trap is activated, you can special summon this card from your hand. Then, if you activated this effect while this card was revealed, you can reveal and set any spell trap directly from your deck, but banish it during the end phase of the next turn. So if you go first, you can. This card is already revealed in your hand, so you just set a spell trap, activate it, like set a spell, activate it, resolve it, and then you can summon Lord while it's revealed. And then, you know. Your spell traps can never be destroyed? That is not true. It has to be... So the first effect of the card is completely unusable. You can only use it for the other effect. Because it says, this card becomes revealed while this card is revealed by this effect. Set cards cannot be destroyed. That does not work. If it's already revealed, you can't use the first effect. Well, no, it's going to be a fun little experiment. Okay, so for today, we only have very little time left. I'm not even sure if we can play a friggin' paleo game because I have to get going at 5, but we can try. Well. Are you at locals today? I'm not making it to locals today, unfortunately. I'll probably go next week. We can build next week's locals deck on stream again. I want to go back to that. It's been a while since I've been at locals, simply because I've been very busy these last couple weeks. Oh yeah, that's a good paleo game. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh, yes. Do not Ash. Bro, I even asked you for it. That's insane. Okay. Fiend Griefing is good against this deck, but I think it's Morella. Because I already have Backjack, so Fiend Griefing is only half value. Olenoids is also nice in case they find island access, because they braked, right? So if they find island, I have an Olenoids ready to go. I have Dynamishes as well, though. Let's go for the Morella. It's probably Skyburn set. I mean, it could be. Could also be... I mean, it's not called by anymore. Oh, Kirin. Okay. Fine. Nope. I think I want to book the Kirin because this has to destroy face-ups. And I really don't want them to trigger Kirin here. If they have another Kirin in hand, obviously that's going to be a problem, but we'll see. Of course. So Kirin, I gotta chain this too. Oh yeah, I need to change categories. Thank you. Master Duel. I could have waited until they activate the Ponix. Because now the Ponix kind of just chain blocked my trap because of TCG rulings. Kind of messed up. What do you think of Magic Colloidal Soul? I think it's great. Really good card. This went downhill real fast. I thought we were gonna win that, but then Ash double Kirin was really annoying. I guess I have to backjack now. Because if I don't, they can make the photo. Surely they play the Photon Lord, right? So do I just burst? Because they have used... So this... If I burst, is there a way they put up 4,000 damage still? Wait for battle phase? I can't wait for battle phase because they make the rank 8 and that floats. Oh, they could have just won. Or like... I mean, they wouldn't have won, but we'll see. The maxi is not that bad here. It would have been so nice to go balance. Balance would have been very nice. Okay. We lose the paleo. So they will get back the Ponix and they will get a Barong Surge. So we're still in trouble. And they can protect Island. Yeah. But they had to pop... Oh, that was the last Kieran in their hand. Okay. Morbin time. Oh my god, dude. I hate when this happens. Alright, Volcanics and Ponix. I hate drawing double Morganite, dude. It's so painful. This version does not have this version does not have soldier dragons, I think, at the moment. I'm gonna draw another Morganite, man. I don't want to. Why am I drawing all 3 Morganites in the first 3 turns? What does Morganite do in grave? Nothing. They gave it the worst possible graveyard effect. Like they gave it an effect to avoid drawing duplicates from being completely terrible. Oh wait, they can summon Rangbali now. Oh, I needed to fire the Vaboku earlier. Uh-oh. Right? Yeah, I had to put... No, I had to put the Vaboku. No! Okay. That's bad. No, I won't die, but like this would have been 2 Paleos. And I need those 2 Paleos. Yeah. Shit. Because that misplay costs me the game now. I mean, they definitely negate that, right? Unless... Okay, pretty frustrating game. The double Morganite. I should have used the Vaboku first. If I used the Vaboku first, I actually win, though. It's my own fault. Because if I just used the Vaboku, I've seen the card they drew. It was Imperm. I don't think the Imperm is going to defend against... If I have... Because I have 2 bodies. I normal summon Hyperia. Yeah, nah. I win. Even with the triple Morganite, I would have won that. Okay. That's going to be it for today. Thank you for joining the first stream back. I will be back tomorrow. I haven't quite decided yet what we do tomorrow yet. We might be playing Master Duel. We might be playing... we might be building TCG decks and so on and so forth. We'll do something cool. Appreciate you guys for hanging out. I will send you guys somewhere. Let me see. Let me see who's live. Oh, MBT just started stream. Okay, I'll send you guys over to MBT. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I'm glad to be back streaming. And thank you guys for watching. Thank you for all the support. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed the stream.